Have your sports curiosity cured.
He works it deep, avoided a heat-seeking oncoming hit from Nick Suzuki. Kucherov back out for Moser. Toward the net. Score! Hagel! Who else? And the Lightning have the lead.
A veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
Well, to right field. He got a 70-mile-an-hour curveball up in the zone. A full count pitch hit it on out of here, and it's 4-2 Blue Jays.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
Drysdale wins the faceoff, but David Bouchard fires and stars. He's raking the lead. The lead turns once again. Bouchard, his first of the series, the others of 32.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, here we go for Saul 654, Tuesday, April the 28th. Time to empty the clip out for the Edmonton Oilers tonight. Game 5 facing elimination. The old nothing to save it for. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 on your AM radio dial on your morning drive on a Tuesday, wherever you're heading out. To really appreciate you spending some time with us here on a game day for the Oilers where they try to stave off elimination against the Anaheim Ducks. You can also watch us too at YouTube, on YouTube at Sports 1440 AM. Drop us a like, a subscription. We would appreciate that. We're also on X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. And as always, we are streaming on the many services that are out there on iHeart Radio, the TuneIn app, even sports1440.ca. And if you miss any part of any show, it turns into the podcast where they hang out on Apple, Spotify, Google, even Amazon. Please subscribe. It's free. Select the auto download. You'll never miss a second of any show. Yeah, so glad you could spend some time with us here on a Tuesday morning where the Oilers have to win 3 games in a row. But you know what they say, you can't win 3 if you don't win the first one. And the irony of ironies is that they have had trouble to win 3 games in a row all season long. Did have a 5-game winning streak late in the season, but you know, there's a situation where they have to do something that they did not do a whole heck of a lot this season. So adjustments. What kind of adjustments are we going to see tonight? Will we see the lines being a little bit different? Well, to be honest with you, the Oilers have really only had one line going, have they not? And that's Leon Draisaitl, Kasperi Kapanen, and Vasily Podkolzin. I mean, Kapanen's got 4 goals in the series. Leon Draisaitl's got a goal and 6 assists. Podkolzin's got a goal and 3 assists. You can't separate that line, can you? But a lot of people might think that you will see at some point Leon Draisaitl with Connor McDavid tonight. We'll see on that. I think the way things are going right now with that Draisaitl line with Kapanen and Podkolzin, leave them together and then just get something. Like Connor McDavid's got to get going here. He has to. Yes, everyone knows about being banged up and the whole shebang, but he's got to get going. So does Zach Hyman. So does Ryan Nugent-Hopkins if he's on that line. And if he's not on that line, so does Matt Savoy. Those 3 guys are going to be the difference tonight. They have to be the difference tonight. You got to stay connected. In fact, maybe it's more about getting connected as a 5-man unit, because that's something that's been lacking in this series. The Oilers have to find a way to defend better on a consistent basis. We've seen them defend, but not for long stretches of time. So if you can continue that and stack up some shifts where you are defending, now you're going to have some success. Text 833-401-1440. Get them in, we'll get them on. Yeah, the attention to detail is something that really needs to be first and foremost with this club tonight. And again, you've seen it for stretches. You've seen it for times over the course of this series, but you haven't seen it for an extended period of time. And that's what has to happen tonight. Last night, a couple of crazy games, were there not? Utah and Vegas. So it looked like Vegas was just going to take them to the intersection of Pump City and Pound Town in the Utah Mammoth, jumping out to that 3-0 lead. Utah storms back with 4 big goals to lead. The Vegas Golden Knights have to come back and tie it and then win it in overtime on a goal by Shea Theodore. Thought they'd won it a little earlier on a goal by Dorofeyev. Was called back in an offside. But anyway, Vegas comes back to win it 5-4. That series is a mirror image to what the Oilers and Ducks have been doing right now, is it not? What's the difference? The only difference is that the Vegas Golden Knights won Game 4 in overtime. The Oilers lost Game 4 in overtime. Vegas has coughed up leads. They haven't been able to really put their, foot on the throat of Utah. And the Mammoth, full marks. They're fast, they're quick. Just like the Ducks, they're fast, they're quick. They keep coming. But they found a way to win in overtime. And that goal was just, with about a minute left. And, Karel Vejmelka looked like a fish out of water, did he not, in the crease? And I think Cole did a drive-by. His own defenseman knocked the stick out of his hands. And then it was just a wild chain of events and just a whole tire fire after that for Vejmelka. And then Theodore scores to win it in overtime. So that series 2-2. The Pittsburgh Penguins showing that they are not done yet. And they are basically, the Penguins were in the same boat as the Edmonton Oilers are tonight. Go back home for Game 5 on home ice. Got to find a way. You have to find a way to win Game 5 and put a little bit of pressure. Now that little bit of pressure is on Philadelphia, because they were down 3-0. Pittsburgh wins it 3-2, hanging on at the end. Had a couple chances for some empty netters. Sid Crosby, man, that one where he just sort of gloved it, threw it down to his stick, and shoved it along, hits the post. So the Pittsburgh Penguins still alive. Win it 3-2 over the Flyers. Flyers lead the series 3-2. Hey, let's welcome in the Duke of Delburne on a Tuesday morning. Good morning, Duke. A little lighter night with just 2 games in the NHL. The Jays got pounded earlier. Mm-hmm. You were flicking back and forth from the Jays in the Pittsburgh-Philly game. But, those 2 games last night, I to be honest with you, I thought when it was 3-0, I thought this.
I dumped that game down to the second screen. I had some basketball on. I was watching some hoops, and then slowly but surely, it was slowly at first, but then surely, as the Mammoths stormed their way back into that hockey game with a couple quick ones in the second, and then of course the tying goal in the third. But then after that, they kind of sat back a little bit too much, and obviously gave up the lead again. And come overtime, I don't know. Both teams had some good looks, without a doubt. And you're right. The whole sequence of first the disallowed goal and then the scramble play that led to the eventual game winner. Wild back and forth contest. Entertaining as we've been on pretty much every night of these Stanley Cup playoffs thus far. So, yep, that was good. But I'd fully buried him, dead, gone. Series even heading back to Vegas. But you got to give Vegas a little bit of credit to not completely fold up like a cheap tent once they do blow that 3-0 lead. I think that showed a lot of their championship pedigree and veteran resolve. I think a lot of Oilers fans are hoping that the hometown team here tonight shows something similar because, listen, they haven't won a Stanley Cup, this group, but back-to-back Stanley Cup finals isn't for nothing, and the ability to claw their way out of holes that is largely of their own making is something that they've shown an ability to do in the past.
Yeah, so 3 games tonight, including the Oilers and the Ducks. The other 2 games will be the Boston Bruins and Buffalo Sabres. Can the Boston Bruins, can they extend things, but trailing 3-1 against the Sabres, and they can wrap it up on home ice? The wildest series has been the Wild and the Stars, for sure, because it's been so darn close. 2-2 heading to game number 5 tonight in Big D, and then the 8:07-ish start, I think, for the Ducks and the Oilers. We'll see exactly when puck drop is, pending how they look at it on the first game of the doubleheader on the States channels or what they do, and puck drop at 8:07 or 8:20, whatever it is. Text 833-401-1440. Well, in the NBA last night, Duke's Orlando Magic now have the Detroit Pistons on the ropes. beating the Pistons 94-88. Orlando leads that series 3-1. It's only happened a handful of times where a number 8 seed has had a 3-1 series lead on a number 1 seed. And I believe each and every time that 8 seed has gone on to win. And it was more of a team effort from the Magic. Paolo Banchero led the way with 18 points, had 8 boards and 4 assists. So they can wrap things up in that series with a win in Game 4. The OKC Thunder are off to round number 2. SGA and the fellas get 31 points from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and they win at 131-122 over the Phoenix Suns. So that series is a 4-zip win for the Thunder. Hey, Denver Nuggets stay alive in their series with the banged-up Minnesota Timberwolves, 125-113. Nikola Jokic with the triple-double, 27 points, 12 boards, 16 helpers, 125-113. Minnesota still leads that series 3-2 and will need a win. Can't afford to, you got a couple chances here, but with this banged-up Minnesota team, you need a win at home in Game 6. If Denver ties it and wins Game 6, you would think that they're going to close it out in game number 7. I watched a little about the Blue Jays game last night. Ronher Suarez was unbelievable. Had a no-no into the 6th, carried it through to the 8th, scoreless ball after 8 innings, 5-0. The Boston Red Sox, after the managerial change now, have won 2 straight under Chad Tracy. We talked about it yesterday with the Red Sox moving forward and what they're going to do. We talked about it with Sean McAdam from Mass Live, and the Red Sox have a really good team. They got some really young pieces to the core of their core, and they're young, like Roman Anthony and all these guys. They also have some veteran guys, but they got some lefties starting left-handed pitching that is probably the best left-handed starters in baseball, led by Garrett Crochet. Suarez was unbelievable last night. But there's a situation where Boston's going to start coming on. You could bet. Text 833-401-1440. Well, okay, radio free agent listener, we're going to give you your due, not your due. We're just going to, yesterday at 9 o'clock, he texted in. Yesterday at 3:08, he texted in. And these are cut and paste texts. This morning at 7:03, he cut and pasted another one with an ad at the end. So here you go, radio free. So disappointed in Sports 1440 that I haven't heard you guys talk about the under-18 AAA female national champions out of Red Deer, the SO Cup champions, and you call yourself a sports station. Well, there you go. Congrats to the under-18 AAA female national champions out of Red Deer to win the SO Cup. Radio free, you get your little prop there and you get your little announcement. So there you go. Jay in Victoria says, I'm excited for tonight. Either the Oilers will show up or we can stop with this flick switching thing all year. They are just getting outworked so far. That being said, I believe the Oil can at least make it close. You would think, and I'll say this, nobody wants to lose on home ice. You don't want to lose a series anywhere. But if you were to say that the Oilers are going to lose 4 straight games, that to me, that's basically a series sweep. You win the first one and it's close. Almost didn't deserve to win the first one. It was that close. Let's be honest. Late goal by Kasperi Kapanen with 2 minutes left. They got to win at home ice. You have to put a line in the sand. You have to show yourself, your team, everything that this is not how you want to go out. Yes, Anaheim's playing well. You can play better. If you were to ask every Oiler, how close are you to playing your best game? How about bringing your best team effort? What are they going to say? 6 out of 10? Maybe. They need to empty out the clip, as I said at the start of the show. You got to play each shift tonight like it's your last. Like it is your last shift. Coming up on the big program, we'll kick things off with Troy Perlowitz from NHL.com. Mark Spector and Frank Saravalli in their usual 8 o'clock hockey insider slots. 8 o'clock for Spec. Frank Saravalli from Frankly Hockey and Victory Plus TV at 8:20. Hey, Lorianne Munzer back in the saddle after a couple of weeks off. Now, this is a good day to have Lorianne on. What is the mindset going into this? You've been in this position before. In the final, you've been in this position before. You've had the opportunities to come back in a series before. How much do you draw on the past? It's a different team. But what do you draw on from the past, and how do you approach tonight's elimination game by the Oilers? At 9:20, we've got Andrew Knoll from the LA Daily News, covers the Anaheim Ducks. We'll also go in or out with the Duke on a Tuesday morning. Cam and Eggs. Cam Tate will be by with another edition of Cam and Eggs. And then Connor Halley from Fantasy Frenzy and the Jason Gregor Show will slide in at 10:20. When we come back, Troy Perlowitz from NHL.com on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Your protein drink should work as hard as you do. That's why Booster Juice is hitting the gym harder than ever, brother. Meet your new gym buddies, the Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers. 2 new ripped and refreshing menu options that bench some serious protein. Perfect for pre or post-workout. Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers taste like motivation. So what are you waiting for? Let's go!
Booster Juice. Canadian born, blending since 1999.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
It's Truck Month at Wolf GMC Buick, and we know trucks. And we have the best deals of the year right now. Some have 0% for 4 years. We have 0% for 6 years. That's on our #1 selling GMC Sierra half-ton crew cab, or the Elevation, the AT4, or Denali. Yep, 0% for 72 months. And Costco members get an extra discount on some of our SUVs. Pop in today and drive away smiling.
Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
Great news for your weekend project. CFI, that's Custom Floors Inc., is now open 6 days a week with Saturday hours from 10 till 2. Get top quality Canadian products from Beaulieu with the convenience you need. For your free estimate, visit CFI at CustomFloorsInc.ca.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in stock, ready to deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
From the local rinks to homes and businesses across the province, Alberta's rural natural gas utilities are here to fuel life affordably, reliably, and safely. We're members of the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, providing natural gas to keep our rural neighborhoods warm and connected every day. It's local, dependable, and it's ours. To learn more about the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops and our members, and how natural gas fuels your community, visit fedgas.com. Alberta's energy. Game on.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 7:20 in Edmonton, game day for the Oilers as they try to stave off elimination by beating the Anaheim Ducks tonight in game number 5. And hey, finally, the golf season is here, we think. Got a text from Marie McCord at the ranch, and they are reopening today at noon. I think many courses around the city are. Eddie Steele says he's playing at the ranch on Thursday. I'm going to get some eyes, some spies, in the bushes to monitor this round of golf to see exactly how Eddie does on Thursday at the Ranch Golf and Country Club. Time now for the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. And at Fountain Tire, when we say we are on this road together, we mean it. From tires, wheels, and oil changes to vehicle repairs, visit fountaintire.com to find out more. As we welcome back Troy Perlowitz from NHL.com. Good morning, Troy. You're with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me, Kevin. How are you?
No, we're doing okay here in Edmonton. It's a little tense, as you could imagine. Let's talk about this series from your eyes, from Edge Stats and everything at NHL.com. What are your eyes telling you? What are the stats telling you? What Anaheim is doing in this series and why they're up 3-1 here, Troy?
I think both teams have kind of carried the play at times. I don't know if there's been a consistent great team in this series. It's been pretty even to me. I know the score in the series would suggest otherwise, but it's been pretty even. The one thing Anaheim does really well is that they make your mistakes and they turn them into goals. They've been doing it all year. If puck management is poor in the defensive zone for your team, Anaheim is going to jump on those turnovers and they're going to turn them into goals. And we've seen that a couple times in this series. Anaheim has scored 13 of their 16 goals on the offensive zone set plays. So they're jumping on Edmonton's poor puck management and then turning them into goals. And Edmonton, they've really thrived off the rush, all year, especially when you have Connor McDavid and getting Leon Draisaitl back into the mix before the playoffs started. They really thrive off the rush. They haven't really converted a ton of their chances off the rush, but they are creating them. It's just a matter of turning those into goals, and then you'll you might see the series turn around. I'm not counting out Edmonton by any stretch of the imagination.
What are those rush stats telling you from the Oilers, in particular Connor McDavid, Troy? Because after game 2, he had his ankle rolled on by Matthias Ekholm, just an innocent-looking play. We had Pete Jensen on Friday, a colleague of yours, Troy, and I asked him, did you see anything different in the game 2 after that happened? And then even in game 3, we didn't see much of it with Connor on the rush and that explosiveness. Game 4 at the end, we saw a little bit of it in the third period. What do you see and what are the stats telling you with Connor McDavid on the rush?
Yeah, what you just said in game 4, it kind of looked like himself. He still leads the playoffs by a mile in terms of 20-mile-per-hour speed bursts. He even leads the playoffs in 22-mile-per-hour speed bursts. And in a truncated series, like a small sample size, you might not see a player jump out. And Connor McDavid is. He's got 11 more 20-mile-per-hour speed bursts than any other player so far in the playoffs. He reached 22 miles per hour in the third period of game 4, which is something we haven't really seen him do in third periods. The last couple of games, he hasn't been reaching that level of max skating speed, and he did. So I see a player who, you're right, I can't speak to an injury, but he might have been struggling the last couple of games with the lower body injury. But it certainly looked like himself, especially you mentioned it too. That's what sticks out to me is that we had 2 rushes there in the third period of game 4 that only Connor McDavid could take the puck from your defensive zone and make the neutral zone look like it's 2 feet, a set of space, and he just jumps into the offensive zone. I will say this about Anaheim. Jackson Lacombe is getting a lot of credit right now for being a little bit of a McDavid stopper. The one thing about Lacombe that sticks out to us from an edge stats perspective is he is one of the fastest defensemen in the league. I'm not saying he's as fast as Connor McDavid, but he does have the speed to keep up. And if he's going to be on the ice, over half of his minutes have been against Connor McDavid. If he's going to be on the ice against McDavid, he does have the speed to keep up, and McDavid's going to have to find a way to get around him.
That high-end speed burst by McDavid, was that the one when he went around Seneca and Dostal made the right pad save, Troy?
That's exactly right. The greatest thing about McDavid is that the speed burst numbers are incredible. Usually he gets a lot of those speed bursts on the back check. especially during the regular season. It was impressive to see him get that speed burst going towards the offensive zone, which is something that, again, it's a 4-game sample size. It's tough to pull that sample size and make a general statement about it, but it's good to see him going towards the offensive zone and towards the opposing goaltender with such speed.
Troy Perlowitz from NHL.com, our guest on the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440. Let's take a deeper dive with Jackson Lacombe, if you don't mind, Troy, because he's playing 26, 27 minutes a game, leading the league in scoring, or, leading the postseason in scoring with 8 points. But he's playing with Trouba, playing with Carlson. They're moving him, between those right-handed shot guys. How impressed, again, if you want to go in a little more detail with Jackson Lacombe, are you?
Yeah, from an edge stats perspective, it's one of the, players who skate really fast and shoot really hard are going to stick out to us. And Lacombe does both of those well. He's a puck carrier, right? The puck possession is one that, he carries the puck into the offensive zone. That's how we measure puck possession right now at the NHL. And he's one of the top players in the regular season, and he's carried that over into the postseason. He leads all playoff players in shot attempt differential, which basically means that when he's on the ice, his team is getting shots on their opposing goals. And when he's on the ice, their opposition is not getting a lot of shots on the net. So he's really carrying the play into the offensive zone. He's always been that kind of player, right? That's kind of the new age of defensemen the last couple of years. Get the puck, get it on your stick, and carry it. The old school days when I grew up playing hockey, Kevin, it was, defensemen wanted to get the puck off their stick as soon as possible. That's not Jackson Lacombe. He's very comfortable stick handling with the puck and carrying it through that neutral zone. And we've seen him do that a bunch of times in the postseason so far.
The old Jason Strudwick off the glass and out, right, Troy? That's the way it used to be. Can you compare, to me, sometimes it's just a little uncommon when you have a guy that's 6'2", 6'3", and he's, 215 pounds to have, again, the amount of speed and everything when you're comparing him to some smaller, quicker guys. How much more does that even impress a guy like yourself, Troy?
It's funny. I was just thinking about this. On the Eastern Conference side, the most impressive defenseman to me has probably been Bo Byram, who's a very similar kind of a player, right? Not a ton of size to him. Certainly not 6'6" or 250. So yeah, it's these puck moving defensemen. It's really impressive. It's kind of like they take their forward mentality and bring it back into the defensive zone. I think this all really started with Cale Makar. He's probably the first guy who really jumps out, and we saw him at the NCAA level and here in the States kind of dominate games from the back end. And I think a lot of players have looked at that and said, you know what, I could do that too. It doesn't matter what size I am. I could carry the puck and I could possess it and don't let anyone take it away from me and get shots on goal myself and move it up into other offensive players' hands. So yeah, this new age of defensemen has really been impressive. You don't really take into account that the size. It's you play bigger than you are is what it allows you to do when you can possess the puck.
Mm-hmm. Troy Perlowitz from NHL.com with us on Sports 1440. Just for someone doing your job, I would find it let's just say you got an assignment from whoever your boss is, and they're saying, all right, Troy, we want you to do the LA Kings in Colorado. And you're like, oh, come on, man. And then you go and look at say Utah and Vegas and you see what's going on there. You must be going, okay, here's a night and day assignment sort of thing.
There's what we call them low event games. I mean, you see this with it has nothing to do with entertainment value. The Flyers and Penguins series has been a very low event games. Not a lot of shots on goal, not a lot of shot attempts, not a lot of high quality shot attempts. And then you see a series like Edmonton and Anaheim, which has been incredible in terms of goal scoring, in terms of generating high quality offense. Yeah, it's kind of night and day. I appreciate that with hockey because you can get two teams who can, it's contrasting styles, and it's very awesome to me. They're both pretty. I like the game of hockey. It really makes you appreciate it. Yeah. But yeah, they're just two different forms. It's when those forms kind of compete. To see a team like Edmonton face off against Florida the last 2 years in the Stanley Cup final, that's really contrasting styles that I've really enjoyed. And, it's something, it's let my best be your best. And that's kind of the best of both worlds.
You mentioned Bo Byram kind of being the guy, the defenseman out east that's caught your eye. What in that series between Buffalo and Boston, how would you break that down stats-wise, edge stat-wise, and also the eye test for you, Troy?
Yeah, edge stats wise says that Buffalo has really been the better team, and it's been a kind of a landslide. What's really impressed out from the eye test, and we have numbers to back this up too. What Buffalo is doing is they're getting into the offensive zone, and they're really stretching Boston's defense from east to west and getting those cross ice passes and completing them. And when Boston has to defend that way, and they can't be that physical, and they spend a lot of energy chasing around opposition players, which Buffalo has plenty of speed. Tage Thompson, Alex Tuck, Peyton Krebs has been a great breakout performer so far this postseason. And then Bo Byram, Matthias Samuelson, and Rasmus Dahlin on the back end. Mm-hmm. Buffalo generates a lot of scoring chances from their defense. And we really saw that a lot in all 4 games of this series. For the better half, I'd say there was about a period and a half there in game 2 where Boston had kind of been the better team. But for all intents and purposes, the ice has really been tilted in Buffalo's direction. So this might be a trouble spot for Boston going into game 5.
Do you see that one being wrapped up tonight, Troy?
I do. We picked Buffalo to win that series. I think that it's just a tough matchup for Boston. Like I said, if their defenseman can't be physical and Buffalo can move that puck from east to west in the offensive zone, it's a struggle. The only thing I'll say for Boston is you saw some emotion come out from their players. You saw Jeremy Swayman leaving the game and have some choice words, and Charlie McAvoy said some things after the game. If they somehow bottle that emotion and try to use it as fuel, that could really propel them. But it's going to be a raucous atmosphere. We all saw this last week in Buffalo. So it's kind of the emotion versus emotion. I think the skill will rise to the top, and Buffalo should end this series tonight.
Troy Perlowitz with us on Sports 1440. The Minnesota-Dallas series, game 5 goes tonight. Series obviously tied 2-2. When you look at everything, all the numbers that present themselves to you, is this one of the closest series when you bust it down?
It's exactly right. It's probably the most even series we have going right now. I know Montreal and Tampa Bay are also tied, but this is probably one of the most even series. At 5-on-5, Minnesota's been probably the better team, but we can't ignore the power play where Dallas has been really lethal. I'm interested to see the big storyline going into tonight's game. If Minnesota gets Zuccarello back into that power play, that's a really key, crucial player for them on their power play, especially. Quinn Hughes is a one-man breakout, so they can get to the puck into the offensive zone pretty easily. But in terms of distributing the puck into the slot, it's Nikita Kucherov, and then it's probably Matt Zuccarello in terms of getting quality chances into the slot. And he's one of the best at moving the puck low into the high slot area where you have Matt Boldy, where you have JEE, or whether you have Kirill Kaprizov. Those 3 players just sit in the slot and then wait for Zuccarello to give them the puck. They haven't really had that the last couple of games. I think that Minnesota has been probably the better team at 5-on-5. If they could also add to their power play and get Zuccarello back, that could be the best part of the series. I will say a surprise that we weren't expecting. I think Wallsted's outplayed Ottinger in a very small sample size. He's been very good against perimeter shots. I like that feeling. And Ottinger hasn't really been that great to take over a series. If Dallas doesn't get that, they could be in trouble.
You just mentioned too, it's similar with Montreal and Tampa Bay, this Minnesota-Dallas series. So is it simple to say in the Montreal-Tampa series, Montreal's had the edge in certain areas, but it's Brandon Hagel for the Lightning with 6 goals.
That's exactly right. I think Montreal's probably been the better team. They've tilted the ice, a lot during that series. Just sometimes, it's the one-man show. Brandon Hagel's just been on a heater, and sometimes you're scoring goals off your neck. You're scoring goals off of your back leg. It's kind of tough, because everything analytically, again, 4-game sample size, it's tough to make general statements. But Montreal has really been the better team. They've carried play. They've got more chances off the rush. They've got more chances off the cycle. They have more shot attempts. But they're tied in this series, and it's just big-time players make big-time plays is what I've always been told from a young age. and Brandon Hagel is a big time player and he's making big time plays. It's a tough thing to trust and say it's going to sustain going into the future. But right now, whatever Hagel's eating, I'd eat it again tonight.
Yeah, half dozen goals, man. Oh, man. All right, Troy Perlowitz, if you were to have an assignment, and I mentioned that earlier, an assignment for the Edmonton Oilers tonight, and they said, okay, we want you to write a one-page report that what you've seen, but more importantly, what the Oilers need to do tonight, and you're handing it in to Michael Parketti for the analytics department with Justin and Sean May. What's going to be in this one-page little report that you're going to say, the Oilers need to do this tonight to be successful in Game 5?
So one's very simplistic. They have to stay out of the penalty box. They really have to stay out of the penalty box. The Anaheim power play has been killing them the last couple of games. They're generating a ton of chances. They're taking all the momentum away from Edmonton and putting it on themselves. Even if they don't score goals on those power plays, which they have recently, they've been gaining momentum and taking it away from Edmonton. So step one is stay out of the penalty box. The other thing that sticks out, and I mentioned it earlier, their puck management in the neutral zone and the defensive zone need to be a lot better. They cannot turn the puck over and let Anaheim force those turnovers, take them out of the play, and then turn those into goals. Their puck management in those two zones needs to be a whole lot better. That will set them up for success, gaining rush chances into the offensive zone. But it all starts in the back end. That puck management needs to be a whole lot better.
Yeah, and it has been okay at times, but for sustained amounts of times, and that's all year, not just in the playoffs. We haven't seen it be sustainable for extended periods of time. Great stuff, Troy. Really appreciate you coming on. Enjoy the games tonight and the rest of the first round, and I'm sure we'll chat soon. Thanks as always for coming on.
Likewise, Kevin. Thanks so much.
Troy Perlowitz from NHL.com and the Puck Report brought to you by Fountain Tire. And again, we focus on one thing. It is your vehicle. Visit fountaintire.com to find out more. When we come back, we'll hear from Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch, his media availability in SoCal before the team boarded a plane and got back to Edmonton yesterday afternoon. You know, the one other thing, Duke, that and I know you've seen this, you've talked about it, we've talked about it, but one thing that if I'm Chris Knobloch and I'm doing in the defensive zone is the two top forwards on the points. They're like a bat out of hell in my mind. Once the Ducks defensemen have the puck inside the blue line, get the hell up there and get up fast, because how many times are the Oilers getting burnt on just longer point shots that are either deflected, screened? Those forwards got to be up higher because there's no one. Anaheim's not having anyone in the bumper spot. They're moving guys closer to the net, closer to the goaltender. So make them react to what you're doing. Get those guys out, because you see them sort of just go out slowly. As soon as the puck gets back to the point, get your ass out there just on a beeline. Get out there as fast as you can. Put a little pressure on that defenseman. But more importantly, you're closer to a potential shot. You're in a lane. That's one thing that needs to change in the Oilers defensive zone as well. But good points from Troy Perlowitz as well. When we come back, we'll hear from Chris Knobloch, addressed the media yesterday. Maybe talk a little bit about the CFL draft. Starts tonight, 5 bells, Edmonton time. The Double E have a whack of picks, including the 3rd overall. What are they going to do? What direction are they going to go? That's straight ahead. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
As we all try to figure out when winter will actually stop and spring will finally be here for the season, GS Construction moves ahead with their plans for the year. From planning and digging to laying out underground infrastructure, construction season is limited, so we make every day count. And that's why GS Construction counts on our team to get the job done right. Crews are getting back in action across the city, and we'd like you to join us. We're looking for experienced top men, pipe layers, operators, and surveyors. For more, visit gsconstruction.ca.
I won't shave till we bring home the cup. And I like to do a shot for every playoff goal.
My jersey's not coming off until we're the city of champs again.
Want a playoff superstition that always wins? Pick up a bag of Wilhock beef jerky for every game. Because when it comes to the playoffs, where there's a Wilhock,
there's a way.
Make every playoff game a Will Hockey game day with Will Hock Beef Jerky, only available in Leduc. Get yours today because you don't bring home the cup with salad.
Wondering what you can afford? Let Go Auto do the math with our free car loan calculator. No pressure, no awkward convos, just quick answers on your budget and payments. Bad credit, no credit? We got you. Text CHECK to 780-777-7777. That's CHECK to 780 all sevens. Find out what you qualify for and start shopping with confidence. Go Auto. Drive what you love with payments that make sense.
At Hughes, it's all about getting in and out quick and clean. No cash, no problem. With Hughes' new tap and wash system, all you need is your debit or credit card to get your vehicle sparkling clean.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
What if you could hire motivated, safety-trained youth with no risk and funding to support you? At Careers The Next Generation, we make hiring easy with funded internships across Alberta in trades, IT, forestry, and more. Interns are WCB covered, complete high school accredited safety trained, and arrive ready to contribute from day one. With 42% of RAP students completing their apprenticeship by age 22, you get skilled workers faster. Spots are filling up. Visit careersnextgen.ca today.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
Measles is very dangerous during pregnancy, increasing the risk of many severe health-related complications. If you're planning to become pregnant, make sure you have received 2 doses of the vaccine at least 1 month before conception. Don't get measles, get immunized. Visit alberta.ca/measles to find out if you're up to date and what to do if you're not. A message from the Government of Alberta.
Hi, Dennis from Weiss Johnson, and I'm joined by a very important member of our team, Jody. She coordinates our crew and job packages for all furnace replacements, air conditioner, and heat pump installs.
And Dennis, I've got to say, our installers really are the best. They've all been with us for a long time, and we never use subcontractors.
So you know that whomever is in your home is a Weiss Johnson employee, not someone hired out just to get things done. So the next time you need us, ask for Jody.
Always happy to help.
Visit weiss-johnson.com today.
Sports 1440. All sports, all day.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Thanks for listening to Edmonton's sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 744 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you, along with Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. Just before we hear from Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch, wanted to talk about the CFL draft tonight. The Double E have the 3rd overall pick. I'm going to ask you a question, Duke, and it'd be a question posed for Declan Kruger too, maybe even Eddie Steele, and we talked about the draft yesterday. But the CFL draft to me, there's nothing there, and I mean with all due respect to the league, there's just nothing there. And is it because of what the NFL draft is? And there's no possible way, Duke, that we can compare the two. I mean, you had 320,000 fans in Pittsburgh. I mean, they went to that drone shot as many times as possible. It wasn't that long ago that, the CFL draft, the first round or two, they weren't even televised. So is it because of what U Sports is? And, you've been to Golden Bears games. Golden Bears games, besides Saskatchewan, Regina gets some fans too. I mean, the Huskies are big in Saskatoon, but I don't know. If you were to say, why is the CFL draft meh, what would your answer be?
Kevin, why do 15,000 people come to Elks games and the worst team in the NFL still sells out every game every season, or very close to it?
Yeah,
it's really, I get it. They're the same sport with different rules, but it's really just apples and oranges. And in the draft specifically, to my eyes, it comes across like there's the CFL season's a month away,
mm-hmm.
and they're doing their draft now because they have to wait until the NFL does theirs. For the sake of the best Canadians, what's their status, right? Are they available? Is it worth taking a risk on? It's a matter of the fact that the CFL plays second fiddle to the NFL in every facet. Well, guess what? It does in its player allocation too, because they only get the players that the NFL doesn't want,
mm-hmm.
with very few exceptions.
And again, when you look at the top players this year in the CFL, I mean, I don't see anyone in the first round that's a U Sports guy.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's going to get taken, but all the top players are not playing in U Sports.
Yeah.
There's another kid that played at Austin O'Brien here in town, and I don't know if you've heard of him, Duke, but it's newer Gatkuth. So have you heard of this guy?
No.
Okay, so this is a guy that played at Austin O'Brien, I'm assuming in grade 10, but there's not a whole lot of information on him. Played at Austin O'Brien, then moved to Ontario to play for a prep team out of Toronto. And then he went on to play NCAA. He's been at Wake Forest. So is he a guy that would be, and I believe he has a free agent look with Denver after the draft. So, I mean, it's just things like that. I mean, to be honest with you, and this would have been right when we started the show, when he would have been, I guess probably, no, it would have been before. So even before Duke, when he was at Austin O'Brien, we never did anything on him. When I was at Global, nothing. So I don't know. It's just, it doesn't do it. Doesn't do it. I don't know. Anyway, Oilers in action tonight. Game number 5. They need to fire off 3 wins in a row here, but you can't do 3 if you don't win 1. You can't go out on home ice. You got to win this game. I mean, you got to win this game. It's just like Pittsburgh. Win tonight at home and then roll the dice what happens in game 6 on the road. So anyway, yesterday before the team left for Edmonton, Chris Knoblauch had a media availability in SoCal.
Just a thought on, you guys have climbed mountains before, and just how do you kind of approach it? Obviously, it's a one game, one period type thing, one shift at a time.
Yeah, obviously we are disappointed to be in this situation, and we have to change our the way we're playing a little bit, make some adjustments, but also making just playing with trying to not making the mistakes at crucial times. And you think, I believe we've had leads in all 4 games, and it's just a crucial moment in time that we make a mistake and it leads to the change of the game. The penalties, there's been numerous penalties where we've got a lead. I think twice we've had 2-goal leads. We've taken a penalty. They score on the power play to give them an opportunity to get back in the game, where we had a great start and, we survived the first penalty that we took in the first period, but the second one gets them back in the game, and then we're on our heels and they gain some momentum. And this team plays really well when they're from behind. So we just got to make sure that we stay the course.
You guys are a puck possession team, but they're putting a lot of pressure on you with their speed. You noticed last night that you guys were just flipping the puck out, getting the puck out. Is that you're trying to make them play 200 feet? Is that kind of part of it?
Well, this time of the year, it's obviously there's a lot less space out on the ice. Numbers are back, but everyone's back checking a little bit harder. There's not as many odd man rushes there shouldn't be, and we just haven't been able to. That's obviously getting it low, and we felt like when we do have possession in the offensive zone, we've been able to create some quality chances. It's just consistently doing it shift after shift.
Is there as a coach, do you have to maintain belief? You've been in a team that's done a lot of great things here. Do you have to coach some belief back into this team?
Yeah, I believe there's some of that. That's coach's responsibility, and I think that belief is coming on how we approaching these games. How are we going to alter our game just a little bit? What adjustments are we making? Credit to them. Anaheim this season has been a very hot and cold team. When they're playing well, they're a very good team. You look at the streaks that they've gone on. I believe that they're playing very good hockey right now, and we got to find a way how to break them.
Do you have, you've been coaching McDavid a long time, and we all know how you use him. You're pretty good at it. Do you have to rethink that, considering what he's looking like out there? Have you use him differently in any way?
I think I think maybe them using him differently is maybe the matchups or the players that are playing with them. Those are some of the adjustments we'll have to look at.
PK time? Have to look at that.
Yes. Now that we have Dickinson, Szymanski back in the lineup, obviously we're missing Henrique, which is a huge hole for us. But I think there's some penalty kill time that I would like us not to take 4 penalties a game. But I think there'll be maybe his penalty kill time is usually a secondary role. Usually it's one shift for about 20 to 30 seconds. I can't say that he won't be used on the penalty kill, but as a secondary role.
Is Tristan Jarry going to go back with him in Game 5, or you made a decision on your goaltender?
We have not made a decision yet.
Mm-hmm. I guess we're trying to get at it. So how did we get here? You've played some good hockey, but not enough of it in a row. You've played 30 minutes in a game, 40, 50. Last night you played a real good hockey game, and somehow the lead still slips away. You got your head around sort of how you end up in this spot.
I think every game's been a little bit different. A lot of it has been the times of penalty kills, and we haven't been able to get the last save or another clear or a block shot or a loose puck or something like that. It's unfortunate. Credit to Anaheim playing a good game, but we got to find ways to just be a little bit better.
Close the door a little bit on them. It seems like you can't quite close the door on them, right? There's always a crack that they find their way through somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit to them. They've this season, I think they set an NHL record for most come from behind wins in the last 5 or 2 minutes or something like that. And obviously there's not any quit or belief that they're never out of a game. It's very important that we stay the course and not giving those opportunities. And probably the biggest opportunities that we're giving them are for their power play.
This team has played a lot of playoff hockey in the last 4 seasons. I think you guys are probably up there, the number 1 team in the league. The miles on some of these guys, is it kind of starting to show, or do you think the energy levels are still there for them?
I think the energy level's there. I think we're ready. Obviously, there has been a lot of hockey, but I don't think that should be warranted as an excuse.
Chris Knobloch, yesterday we'll discuss a little bit about his availability and a takeaway from Mark Spector when we come back. We'll also have Frank Saravalli coming up at 8:20. We'll look at this Oilers series and also Pittsburgh and Philadelphia right in Frank's backyard and see what he had to say. Maybe even that Vegas game. I think Frank stayed up late enough to watch that overtime goal by Shea Theodore. Before all of that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Fusion Promo Marketing. Expand your brand, high-quality promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. Get noticed at fusionpromomarketing.ca. That's Fusion with a Z. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Stanley Cup playoff action last night. The Pittsburgh Penguins keep their season alive with a 3-2 win over the Flyers. Flyers still hold the edge in the series, leading at 3-2 as it'll shift back to Philly for Game 6. Out west, Vegas Golden Knights topped the Mammoth 5-4 in overtime after blowing a 3-0 lead in regulation. They get themselves back even in that series, now tied at 2 as it shifts to Sin City. In the association last night, the Orlando Magic continued to surprise as they beat the Pistons 94-88 to take a 3-1 series lead over the number 1 seeded Detroit club. And Oklahoma City finishes off the sweep of the Phoenix Suns 4-0. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 31 points in the 131-122 win. Minnesota falling to the Denver Nuggets 125-113, a shorthanded Timberwolves club without Anthony Edwards or Dante DiVincenzo. Nikola Jokic with a triple-double as the Nuggets keep their season alive. Mini now leads the series 3-2. Off the court, Cooper Flagg named NBA Rookie of the Year last night, narrowly defeating his former Duke teammate Con Knipple in the voting. Across the majors yesterday, the Blue Jays dropped their series opener to the Red Sox 5-0. Elsewhere, Tampa over Cleveland 3-2. The Mariners lose big to the Twins 11-4. Yankees double up on the Texas Rangers 4-2, and the Dodgers get past the Marlins 5-4 in the nightcap. Coming up in hour 2 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Sportsnet's Mark Spector, Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV, and Olympic gold medalist Lori Ann Munzer. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Don't let equipment failure stop you cold. At AWS Welding in Nisku, our factory-trained service techs are on hand for all welding equipment repairs. We're a fully warranted center for Miller, Lincoln, and ESAB. And we service all makes and models. Proper, regular service extends the life of your gear and keeps it running at peak capacity. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your service appointment today at 780-979-0470. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
One app, triple the action. Play Alberta is proof that good things do come in threes. Whether you're into playing any of our exciting casino games, betting on your favorite professional sports teams from around the world, or buying into Canada's biggest lottery, Play Alberta is the province's only app to do it all. Download today and discover a new way to play.
Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Do you have neck or back pain? Ever go for treatment hoping for a simple fix only to realize your stubborn spine is basically a science project with attitude? Hey, we get it. And honestly, we're a little sorry because great rehab does take proper experimenting. But at Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we don't just toss exercises into the beaker and hope it doesn't explode. We start with the right diagnosis, then mix hands-on care, precise manual therapy, and evidence-based technology. The formula your body actually needs. Science and skill with gratitude, not attitude. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Silent Ice Sports and Entertainment is an innovative market leader across Western Canada. Properties include the Spruce Grove Saints, the Junior Prospects Hockey League, Silent Rides Charter Company, the Hockey Super League, and the newly launched Female Super League. Silent Ice also owns the Western Hockey League Seattle Thunderbirds and operates the Morinville AAA Arena. The Silent Ice Center, a new state-of-the-art entertainment facility in Nisku, features 2 sheets of ice, a 1,600-seat arena, as well as Summit Restaurant. Learn more at silentice.com.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
For over 60 years, the folks at Diablo Boots have been selling the best Canadian-made boots. Handcrafted in Winnipeg, Canada West makes the best quality cowboy, biker, and work boots for Diablo Boots with replaceable soles and heels. Why buy cheaper quality like Ariat, Justin, and Red Wing made in China when Canadian-made is better? Support Canada's workers and Diablo Boots for the best boots. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Canada West and Diablo Boots, the 2 best names in the boots business. Ah, there's nothing like a spring sunset by the lake. Oh, wait, that's a pothole. And that was a new truck. Oh, what the Springtime in Edmonton also means project time with help from Metal Supermarkets. Huge inventory cut to your precise requirements, plus metal bending, drilling, punching, notching, plasma cutting, welding, even delivery. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for Southside, West End, metalsupermarkets.com.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8 o'clock in Edmonton. Time now for On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Spring is coming. Well, I think it's finally here. Looking at a high of about 10 or 11 today. And after tonight, maybe no more minus temperatures. But spring is coming. It's here. And so are the Corvettes at Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Come see the vets inside Northgate showroom. Get 0% financing. See more at northgategm.com as we welcome in Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. Good morning, Spec.
What's going on, Kev? How are you, man?
Oh, hour number 1 in the books here. Looking forward to hour number 2 with yourself and Frank coming up after. So going to be a good little segment. Nice little hour. When did you get in yesterday?
Nice little hour. There you go. Oh, what do we got going on tonight? Anything going on in town tonight?
Yeah, a little bit, hey. So you were at Chris Knobloch's availability there, and where was that at?
That was at their team hotel.
The team
far
hotel.
nicer hotel than I'll ever stay at.
I would imagine so. What was your takeaway? I don't. How much? You and DVD were there. Who else?
That was really it. Mooner, Bob Stoffer were there in the background. The Oilers web people were there, of course.
So what was your takeaway from what Knobloch had to say as far as, I mean, this is it. This is it. I mean, no room for error anymore.
Yeah, I felt like, you know what, it was kind of a tough avail for Chris because you hit a point when you're asking questions that, you know, he can't really give you a fulsome answer on. You know, we're almost asking questions like when you're asking questions like, you know, what's wrong with the penalty kill and do you think it's time to lay off Connor McDavid and not play him as much? And those are almost questions that like admit that maybe you're going to lose or maybe, you know, it's not working or like I'm not saying that he can tell you the truth about things right now. They still got a game to play. You know, they're almost questions you ask at a postseason avail. So we asked him a bunch of questions and he gave us the best answers he could. And after a while, I felt like we were asking him questions he just couldn't give us fair answers to, because you can't, you know, he's got to coach with belief and he's got to speak with belief. And there's some areas on this team that I'll be honest with you, with the injuries they have, it's hard to believe in right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, they're banged up at center. And if you were to be told at the start of the playoffs that, and even go back to the trade deadline before a guy like Dickinson came and you know, and Henrique was coming back and things like that, basically the Oilers roll out for their top 2 penalty killers to start. They've been rolling out Szymanski and Savoy after a faceoff win.
Yeah.
Like no one would have said, okay, these are going to be your 2 penalty killers to start a penalty kill almost every time.
Yeah. It's for sure. And they had a pretty good thing going with Connor McDavid playing like the last shift to the PK, because often you get out against the second unit and he's done some damage there. You know, he strikes some fear into those guys. And now he doesn't have, you know, what he's supposed to have, what he usually has in terms of health and speed and quickness and jump. Mm-hmm. So yeah, boiled down, the PK is just killing them here. They just can't kill a penalty in the series. And a lot of it's injuries, but let's face it, they've been a bad penalty kill team all year. You know, the assistant coaching, the coaching staff, whoever's kind of got PK on their resume on this team, I'd be nervous because it hasn't been a good year.
Mark Spector with us on Sports 1440. You know, we just had Troy Perlowitz from NHL.com, does the stats, does the fancy numbers, Spec. And he said that Connor McDavid in the third period of Game 4, that's the best he's probably looked as far as speed bursts and driving hard and getting to the net. So maybe that's a good sign. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't know. Like, I feel like that was the only game where his speed hasn't decreased from start to finish in the game. I think there's a reason overall why Edmonton's had good starts and bad finishes all throughout this thing. They've led every game, but they can't hang on. And everybody hops off a lot of guys are hopping off the trainer's table and they're giving you a pretty good 30 minutes of hockey, but the last 30 minutes is killing them. And the Ducks are young and healthy and fast and good. And, that was the first game that McDavid saved a couple of bursts for the end. And I really felt like, that last play when he went around Beckett Seneca and made that move across the crease to Dostal, and Dostal just got escape late on the puck. I felt like if McDavid was going his usual speed, he'd have beaten Dostal across the crease, and he'd have had that 4 inches to put a puck in that he didn't have. It's a fine line, but top speed Connor McDavid is faster than the guy that went in there on game 4. And there's probably some opening there for him to score that game-winning goal that just wasn't there the other night. So it's tough. Tough injuries are tough. Everyone has them. Everyone gets them. You usually don't get this many important ones this early in your playoff run. That's rare. But they've stacked up on the Oilers this year, that's for sure.
It's not a comparable here, but I heard Mark Messier speaking about, playing so many games. And I know you looked at that. Now, that was a question I think you had for Chris Knobloch, saying you guys have played more games than anyone here in the last 3 games. And Messier said, listen, I don't know who's hurt, who's banged up, but I can tell you from personal experience that it is difficult. It is hard because when the Oilers were going, every year for all those years, and Messier brought up the Canada Cups and everything else that they were doing, just like the Olympics and 4 Nations. It's difficult, but there's a little reservoir in there, Spec, that you got to find. And I think that's kind of what Messier was alluding to. There's something there. You just got to bring it out.
Well, there is. I mean, listen, there's a couple things there. Like there's being hurt and there's being injured for one. Like, there's just, I won't question the leaders on this team and their ability to dig deep and find a little bit extra in an important game, whether you're injured or not. We've just seen it for too long. They've done it over and over and over again. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you, I mean, look at Leon Draisaitl. Are you telling me that this guy doesn't dig deep when he's hurt in a big playoff game and be the best player on the ice, even though he's playing at 75%? Like, come on. I agree with Mess.
Yeah. It's the tiny little things, right, Spec? So when you don't have that, like that last little bit, well, then your head's got to work better because your body, your head's got to work. Like for Leon, he's got to flip that puck out on that last goal. Simple.
No, for sure. The less you have physically, the better you should be mentally.
Yeah.
Right. For sure. You can't afford a mistake now. But I mean, we've come back to the Oilers aren't probably going to score themselves out of trouble here. So then they have to try to play basically a 3-2 game. And I think they've shown that they can't. And frankly, if they had a penalty kill, they might have. They're playing a 3-2 game at 5-on-5, but the minute they take a penalty and the Ducks power play gets going, the Oilers have no answer for it.
So, hey, Spec, I think, after, a penalty kill, if they ever get one, we will see Connor and Leon together, maybe with Zach Hyman and load it up. Do you foresee that happening even a little more often tonight with Connor and Leon playing together?
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, you're obviously desperate tonight. You lose, your season's over. So, everything gets pushed up a little bit. Your level of, the moment in the game where you feel it's time to put the nuclear option together, it happens sooner tonight than ever before. I'd agree with you there. I'd have to ask you, what do I have in, how much can I use McDavid? He didn't play 20 minutes the other night, and that in a playoff game for him not to reach 20 minutes, that's very rare. So, what you're asking me is how early do I go to the whip? Well, how much horse do I have? I guess that's what I'm asking you.
How much track do you have left? Yeah.
How much track do I got left? How much horse do I have? You can whip a horse all you want, right? So, you know what? Like, I got to say, it sounds like I'm blaming the whole series on Edmonton's injuries. Anaheim's really good. You got to be at the top of your game here to beat this team. They're good. They're earning this. They're the opponent that's in front of them. They're better than that opponent right now, and they've full marks to the Ducks. Like, this isn't just, if Edmonton was healthy, they'd smoke Anaheim. No, if Edmonton was healthy, it'd be a hell of a good series. I think they'd beat Anaheim, but it'd be hard, and it might go 7. But what I'm trying to say is this version of the Oilers with these guys that can't perform down the middle. I mean, your first line centers, McDavid's not right, Draisaitl's not right, Dickinson's can barely skate, Henrique's not even playing. You know, your fifth line center, Szymanski's playing, and he's taking 2 penalties, ending up in your net. So it's, that's where we're at.
So the other thing too is like the best line that they have is Leon Kapanen and Podkolzin. It's not even close.
They're productive.
So the question then again is how do you separate those guys? You can't.
I don't think you do. And he played them a ton last game. Like, they were out for every important draw and every important situation. And they're good. They've been really, really good. Kapanen, I got a ton of respect for Kapanen's game. He's a total gamer, man. He's picking up slack here. Like, he's one of the guys who's saying, okay, some of the big boys aren't quite right. I'll pick up the slack. Podkolzin, like, he starts a new contract next year. It's already a good contract in my eyes. So those 2 guys are money. Like, good for Bowman for grabbing them both. They've been excellent signings.
One adjustment that I said earlier in the show, Spec, that I want to see tonight is when an Anaheim defenseman gets the puck at the blue line, in the Oilers defensive zone. I think those 2 Oiler forwards got to be like a bat out of hell and get to that guy as fast as they can, and not just mosey out there. Just get there as fast as they can. It cuts the lane off and it puts pressure on them, because that's what the Oilers are getting beat to death by shots from the point that are just inside the blue line. So I don't know if that's been something that you think could happen tonight, but that's something I think really would put a little pressure on this Anaheim defense, because they're having too much time to get things away here.
Well, remember after the Olympic break, they changed up their defensive system, and they went to a more passive system, frankly, and they defended more. They kept the shots to the outside. They gave up a few more shots, but they didn't give up shots from the important areas, because that had been what was hurting them all season, is the slot shots and shots from the middle. So they changed that. I mean, Knobloch talked about it. We changed our system, and it's more passive. And now what you're telling me is that passive system isn't working anymore, and we got to get more aggressive again. So
not on point shots is not.
No, I'm not telling you you're wrong, but I guess what I'm saying is they played their best hockey of the season after the Olympic break. I think we'd all agree on that. From the Olympic break on was their only semblance of consistency they had all season long, and they were mostly pretty good. And that was with the system I just outlined. So now the playoffs start. We're going to go back to what didn't work before, or we're going to change everything. I don't know what we're going to do here.
I think
it's time to adjust. You got to make some adjustments, sure. But I'm not sure that adjusting away from the only system that worked for you all year is the answer.
But I think you can do both, Spec. Like, we had the conversation, it was you, me, and Maddie, the 3 of us talking to Chris Knobloch there. A lot of it was off the record. Some of it was on the record. And he explained about that, about moving away from the posts and moving and giving your goaltender a chance. Well, you still got to box those guys out then,
Well, then you got to box out. The premise of that defensive system is you can have your shots, but we're going to keep our net clear, and your shots are coming from the outside. It puts responsibility on the goalie to make more stops, but they're easier stops. And that's the premise of it. It's not working right now because Anaheim's got time to sift long shots through, and they got guys in front making tips. How many deflection goals do they have in this series? How many goals do they have that are the goal? You can't even see Edmonton's goalie behind the traffic. And yeah, that's working for them. And they're a volume shooting team, just like the Kings, but way better at it and way more effective. But they chuck a million pucks at the net that the Oilers never chuck at the net. The Oilers aren't that team. They're selective. Anaheim's not, man. They just chuck a mass of pucks at the net, and they take the garbage goals when they come. And I always say, I think the Oilers don't give themselves enough chances for a garbage goal.
I don't know if you had the question, Spec, about who's starting in goal tonight, but Knobloch said we haven't decided. What do you think?
I don't even know anymore. I'm not pulling Jari for effectiveness of play. I thought he was just fine in that game. Are we blaming him for a puck that goes off his defenseman's skate and goes a quarter inch over the line? I mean, some people will. Some people will. I know this, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Bad goalies get bad luck. When show me a goalie who gets a series
overtime
of those goals that it went off this guy, and it jumped in over here, and that's not his fault. Yeah, those goalies are never any good to me. But I give Jari some credit. He sat around a long time and came in and gave the Oilers a pretty important game. And if they could kill a penalty, we'd be talking about a 2-2 series here. So
yeah.
I don't know. I haven't answered your question.
No,
I don't really know.
To be honest with you. Hey, Spec, this just came down when we started, and sort of really sad. John Garrett passed away.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday.
Yeah, I did. I just saw the note this morning coming out. So
who reported that?
It's a Sportsnet PR statement. So their PR department. So
we reported it. So the last night we were on the plane watching the game, and I knew we had a crew in Utah to do that game, and the game on Sportsnet was the TNT broadcast. So right away, people, and I saw on Twitter some people were asking, how come they're not using the Sportsnet game? And that's the reason why. That's very, very, very sad for all of us. Well, for all the people in the hockey world and fans who, one thing about John, there's guys out there that you go, oh, he's a Flames guy, or oh, he's a Canucks guy, and I don't like him. John Garrett was so funny and such a great guy and such a hilarious color man, and he found humor in the game. I don't care. I'd watch him call any game, because he was so much fun. John was the most fun guy out there. And it's just a terrible shame he passed yesterday in Utah.
Best nickname going, huh?
Cheech. Yeah, he was always known as Cheech. There's one guy in the whole hockey world. You say Cheech, and everybody knows you're talking about. No one ever says, who's that? Cheech and Chong. For you youngsters out there, Google Cheech and Chong. And
I think they had that mustache, right? Similar kind of thing.
First game I ever saw, Kevin. First pro hockey game I ever saw. I was a kid. I would have been about 8, 7 maybe. I don't know. My dad, it was November 22nd, my birthday. My dad took me to Clark Stadium to see the playoff game between the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Eskimos. And then we drove up to the Gardens after to see a WHA game against the Minnesota Fighting Saints. And the goalie was John Garrett.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a tough one for sure. Spec, we'll see you down at the rink tonight.
All right, sounds good.
Mark Spector, Rogers Sportsnet on the Mark. Brought to you powered by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. This truck's for you. Check them out at northgategm.com. When we come back, Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. It's Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
At GS Construction, we're multitaskers. We've got lots of projects going on all around Edmonton and area. Different teams across the city working towards the same outcome. Installing today what will serve generations to come. It's a rewarding career and the work never stops. That's why GS Construction is always on the lookout for great people to join us. Right now, we're looking for experienced topmen, pipe layers, operators, and surveyors. So if you want to feel valued, empowered, and engaged in your work, visit gsconstruction.ca today.
Your protein drink should work as hard as you do. That's why Booster Juice is hitting the gym harder than ever, brother. Meet your new gym buddies, the Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers. 2 new ripped and refreshing menu options that bench some serious protein. Perfect for pre or post-workout. Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers taste like motivation. So what are you waiting for? Let's go!
Booster Juice. Canadian born, blending since 1999.
You don't just need property services, you need problems handled. HireGood provides cleanup, debris removal, site monitoring, and safety attendance across Edmonton. We reduce issues on your property, keep spaces safe, and take pressure off your team. We resolve real problems for businesses while creating real impact because our team is built on second chances and they show up every day ready to prove it. Visit hiregood.ca or call and mention Jason Greger for a first-time discount. HireGood. Stable jobs create stable lives.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. water skiing. Tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3, saving you more money with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 Select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 Select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
It's playoff time, and we've got a lot to talk about. This is Andrew Walker on Edmonton Sports Leader, Sports 1440. Tune in after every Edmonton playoff game for the Legacy Heating and Cooling postgame show. Visit the experts at legacyheating.ca.
Ready to upgrade your ride this spring? Come on down to the Golf Cart People. They're a family-owned and operated business that's been serving the community since '97. Whether you're looking for a brand new or quality pre-owned cart, a rental for a special event, they do that too. The Golf Cart People have a huge selection of parts and accessories, and their expert service team is here to keep you rolling. The Golf Cart People, your one-stop shop for everything golf cart. Visit golfcartpeople.com.
Why should you drive a Subaru? How about durability, style, and an excellent customer experience from the moment you step into the showroom? And how about accolades, including awards for numerous 2026 Subaru models from both AutoTrader and JD Power? But don't just take my word for it. Take a test drive and you'll see why the Subaru name is recognized and renowned for quality. To learn more, visit Subaru.ca. Welcome to Uncommon. Welcome to Subaru.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 8:22 in Edmonton. Time now for the headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, the MVP that you did not know that you needed. For all your plumbing needs, go to mrrooter.ca as we welcome in Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. Good morning, Frank.
How you doing, Kevin?
Not bad. Just talking with Mark Spector about the passing of John Garrett. Man, one of the nicest guys you ever met in this business as a player, broadcaster.
Yeah.
Just crappy news here, Frank.
Yeah, really sad. One of a kind. Just a unique, really funny wit and wisdom that he brought to the Canucks broadcast over the last 2+ decades. And just I connected with him just listening and watching over the years of just his love for food and all the different stops along the way and the food tour that he's had, and just how simple of a guy he was. So that stood out for me. And in addition to keeping things light on, nights when the Canucks didn't have it or long seasons like this one, truly one of a kind and really sad, certainly unexpected and untimely passing.
No, we were saying too, Frank, I mean, there's only one nickname like that, like Cheech. No one ever had another name in hockey, after Cheech and Chong, but he had that nickname for, I don't know, probably 50 years. But
Yep.
When you said Cheech, you knew exactly who the hell you were talking about.
100%.
Yeah. The things for me is on game days, he's such a nice guy that would always give you the time of day and talk to you. And, not one of those guys. There's some analysts and some guys that whoever they're working for are a little distant sometimes. And maybe standoffish isn't the correct word, but everyone
I think the thing that stands out.
Yeah. And I think, and that's the thing for me, Frank, is that's the kind of guy he was. He always wanted to share stuff with you.
He's just a person, a human. I don't know any other better way to say it than that, is that there was never any ego or inflated self-importance or sense of self, even for someone that had a playing career that, had made it to the highest level, that stands out in a big way, that he was just one of the guys. And I think one other thing that really stood out was his joy to be involved. I think, sometimes, and I'm probably guilty of this too. When you're around it a really long time, it's easy to take for granted what you're doing. You're 2 decades, I'm almost 2 decades into the career, and just showing up at an NHL rink and being able to walk in. I think sometimes that gets lost on you. And I don't think for someone like John Garrett or a lot of others that, there wasn't a single day that he woke up thinking, man, I can't believe I have to go to the rink today.
Yeah. And to me, like when you're a younger guy starting in the business, if some of the older guys don't make time for you, you feel like you're not part of the group. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he never ever, it was always, come, let's talk about this or whatever. Or hello. It's just a simple thing like a hello, looking at you in the eye instead of some guys just passing by you in the hallway kind of thing. So,
Yeah, acknowledging your presence and existence is huge. And look, I think we all have a responsibility and an onus on us to help along the next generation. It's in any walk of life. It doesn't matter what field you're in.
Mhm.
And certain people take that more seriously than others, and certain people just do it naturally. You don't. Someone like John Garrett didn't really have to try. That's just who he was.
Yeah. And just enjoyed, as you said, like, he did games for pretty well every teams and he was here years and years ago back in the ITV days doing games,
Yep.
when ITV had the rights for the Oilers. So,
Just a real easy way about him.
yeah, for sure. Frank Saravalli with us in Sports 1440. All right, Frank, Oilers are up against it tonight. Game 5, do or die. A loss means the season's over. I don't know. Like, I've never seen or never felt, even when the team was down 3-1 last year or the year prior, 3-1 to Florida. It seemed like it seems like this is a harder road for some reason. Just by talking to people in town, this is less of a chance to come back and win this series than in the past when they were down 3-1, say, to a Florida in the final.
Yeah,
why
logically
it feels that
it shouldn't
Yeah.
be that way, right? Because Florida in round 4, after everything, you'd think that they'd just be out of gas and wouldn't have anything left in the tank to come back, and yet they found a way. This feels more daunting because, the funny thing is, it's honestly very close. Like, you're talking millimeters away from potentially being 2-2.
Yeah.
And if you want to even flip it another direction, it would be how close the Oilers were to going to OT in game 1 before they were able to skate off the ice too. I
Sure.
mean, there's lots of what ifs, and we could what if ourselves to death. But what I'd say is it feels insurmountable in some ways because of the way the Oilers have defended, and also the question and pall that's lingering over the Oilers' crease. Who starts tonight? It's almost like, instead of being in a position where you can't make a wrong decision, it feels like the Oilers are struggling to make the right decision.
You're flipping a coin to start the goalie tonight almost. That's how it feels. That goal, the overtime goal, I mean, everyone talked about it for the last 2 days. Just a quick take on it from your perspective, Frank.
Well, I think in the end, they made the right call.
Yeah.
Logically, and I think we can probably all agree that puck is very close or likely to 100% to be over the line completely. I struggle a little bit with the process. One, because it's a departure from the norm of how the NHL has typically handled it, which has been, we need clear evidence to see it fully and to not be blocked by equipment. And 2 is the process that they got to that point by even signaling the goal. As Chris Knobloch pointed out, 60 to 90 seconds after the goal
Exactly
went in, to hover at the scorer's crease and deliberate, was it maybe in? Should we just call it a goal and figure it out from there? It's almost like the Situation Room reminded them, hey, we're working through our process here. What actually was the call on the ice? And they kind of just looked at each other like, ooh, I guess maybe we should call it a goal. And that part, because the referees were out of position, it makes the process seem a little bit more flimsy. I think in the end, we'll probably get more comfortable with the idea of it doesn't really matter what the call on the ice was, because we have so much video review at our disposal, and we'll get more used to that. But that's not actually the way the rule works in terms of the book.
Yeah. If it were called no goal on the ice, it wouldn't have got overturned to a goal, correct?
If it were called no goal on the ice, it would have made it a lot more difficult to call it
Yeah.
a goal because
Exactly.
you would have needed clear and conclusive evidence. And I don't know how you could argue, even as logically as it seemed like it was in. I still think the NHL saying it was conclusive. The only thing we can agree upon is that it was conclusively inconclusive.
In the bigger picture here, that's not the reason the Oilers are down 3-1.
Not at all.
You know, they can't stop a power play. They can't defend. They can't do anything on a consistent basis. So they got to fix that in a hurry.
So you know how you were talking about the goaltending and you said flip a coin?
Yeah.
Are you a gambler?
Well, do you think it's Cal Pickard? Is that where you're going?
No.
Oh.
I'm asking, like, in general, are you a gambler?
I used to be. I haven't placed a bet for a long time, Frank.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't mean to dredge up some
That's
apparent
okay.
old. But I think about, you mentioned coin flip, and like the first thing that came to my mind with the Oilers was like you playing all the numbers on the roulette board, and you've got the whole thing spread out between red and black, and it comes up green on this roll. That's kind of what this feels like for where the Oilers are at in the Tristan Jarry and Connor Ingram debate. I personally, you didn't ask, but I would go with Jarry tonight.
Yeah. I'd probably go with Ingram, to be honest with you. And if you're saying the green on the board, that's probably Pickard, isn't it?
Well, I think they're going to go with Ingram, but I would go Jarry. I don't know no inside information, just a pure gut. I think Chris Knobloch and his staff feel a little bit more confident in Ingram.
That's why I would go with Ingram. And I feel maybe the team feels more confident with Ingram. So I don't know.
But which goalie has the higher ceiling? Like, that part isn't debatable, right? Which is why they traded for him.
Oh yeah.
And do you go down swinging with the guy that you traded for? I don't think Jarry's the reason why they lost last game either.
No, but again, I feel that the team is more confident. I thought, in my opinion, Knobloch was looking for a spark from Jarry, and I think in that first period, he got some spark and made some saves in the second as well. On Cutter Gauthier, it was a decent save, but I still think that the confidence level by the team is higher with Ingram behind him.
I think you're right. And I'm just kind of replaying and thinking about the feel when the Oilers were down a few years ago against the Canucks 3-2, Chris Knobloch's first year, and he goes with Pickard for game 6
right
on home ice. That was kind of for the same reason, right?
Yeah. How much would you be blown away if Pickard played tonight?
How blown away would I be?
100%? 90?
Yeah, 98. I mean, when's the last time he saw NHL action?
Months, yeah, exactly. So I'm with you too, but I mean, to me, I'm going.
Date was January 8th, in case you were curious.
Yeah, I'm going Ingram if I had a choice, but every time we say this, it goes the other way. I'm probably wrong, and it'll be Jarry, as you say. So, what'd you make of the Philadelphia-Pittsburgh game last night? And it's the same boat that the Oilers are in technically, because they had to win on home ice. They did, and now a little bit of pressure on Philadelphia here.
Yeah, slightly different situation, being down 3-0. Just really impressed at how much more composed the Penguins have been. I mentioned last week that the Penguins trailing in this series, they were so off kilter. Sidney Crosby and the entire team, they were rattled. The extracurriculars, they were in on everything. Sid was frustrated. The embellishment penalty. I mean, the fans and the environment seemed to get at them a little bit. And I was surprised because of all the experience that they've had, winning 3 Stanley Cups between Malkin, Letang, and Crosby. By the way, first team in NHL history to have 3 goal scorers age 38 or older in one playoff series, which is a crazy stat. But they've had that and put that experience on display these last couple games, and they've played way better. They've defended way better, forcing the Flyers and Coach Rick Tocchet to say after the game last night, hey, we've got to figure out some new things and new ways to get the puck to the net, because Pittsburgh has collapsed. The Flyers missed the net a lot as a result. And although the games have been close, Pittsburgh has clearly deserved to win the last two.
Yeah, it's fair. Hey, you stayed up for the end of the Golden Knights Mammoth game last night?
Yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is the same series in my mind. It's like almost identical with the Oilers and the Ducks. Mammoth are, they're young, fast, quick. They keep coming back. I mean, the Oilers have had leads in all 4 games. The Golden Knights were up 3-0 last night, but Mammoth keep coming back. The only difference in the 2 series is that the Golden Knights won game number 4 in overtime. The Oilers lost it. So,
well, as the Oilers have learned, 2-2 is a lot different than 3-1.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I think stands out and a reason why to mention the Mammoth and Golden Knights series is the word that I keep playing in my brain about this Oiler run so far is unforgivable. If the Oilers lose to the Ducks, who haven't made the playoffs in 8 years, and somehow the Mammoth take out the Golden Knights, and that's your path to the Western Conference Final that you fumbled, of all the years in the McDavid experience, we know that there's going to be a year that you mix in an unexpected first-round result. Yeah. But this year of all years would be particularly unforgivable.
It would. But I mean, again, we'll see what happens tonight. I would expect an unbelievable effort. I know the Oilers are banged up a little bit here, but I would just expect a very impressive performance. If not, and we could probably discuss this on Thursday. Would you say you would see sweeping changes, some changes, a little bit? I mean, it's hard to look ahead here, but
I would say significant changes.
Significant?
I would imagine that on the best of days, Daryl Cates is not a very patient person, and this would probably send him over the top. But let's hold off for a few days because I've got the Oilers winning 4-1 tonight.
4-1? Wow. Yeah. Allowing 1 goal, Frank.
Well, if ever there's going to be a night where you play better defense, tonight would probably be it.
Wow. I don't know if Shooter Tutor's going in tonight, but we'll see.
You never know.
Good stuff, Frank. Enjoy the games tonight. We'll talk to you on Thursday.
Thanks, Kevin.
Frank Saravalli, Victory Plus TV. And the headliner of the day brought to you by Mr. Rooter, dropping the gloves on every clogged pool. That's mrrooter.ca. Significant changes, Duke. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, correct? Duke is just, you know what? And maybe Fenny can chime in on this. You know what I'm feeling right now from the Duke? Fenny? I'm feeling like he doesn't want to say anything today because he doesn't want to jinx anything for his Ducks. He doesn't want to believe yet.
Maybe. I mean, he's a guy who can put on that Big J Journo hat, in my opinion. He can look at things very objectively. When I look at things objectively, it's due to the fact of me being a Flames fan. Yeah. I will receive hate regardless. So I'll say it on his behalf. The series is over.
Duke has never said that yet. How come you're being a little?
Well, I don't necessarily believe it's true. Like, am I convinced the Oilers are going to come back and make this, a tighter series, win the series? No, I'm not, because I've watched the first 4 games. Right. And so, like, what we can lean on numbers, analytics, we can lean on what our eyes tell us and take the old school approach. And from what I've seen, from what I've read, I'm looking at, some advanced analytics after every game. There isn't really much to indicate that the Oilers deserve to be anywhere other than where they're at in this series so far. Yeah. Right now, that can change. We've seen them make changes on a dime. You factor in the injuries and stuff, that makes it more difficult. I've said it, and people have called it a cop out. Like, I've just been wildly entertained by this series, partially because, and I mentioned this yesterday, I had a tweet about it the other night after the overtime win for Anaheim. Like, this is very much unlike a playoff series that I can recall seeing with my own eyes. In terms of last night's game put a little bit of a damper, but I still think it's the final numbers 8 or 9 more goals than any other first round matchup we have this year through 4 games.
These 2 are the best ones, right, in the Pacific?
Yeah, they're the 2 highest scoring series. And after last night, I think it's a 9-goal gap now because they jumped ahead of the Minnesota and Dallas series, Vegas and Utah did. Like, it's back and forth. It's track meet hockey, which we do not usually see for extended periods of time in the Stanley Cup playoffs. For shifts, periods, games, absolutely. But it's essentially been 4 straight games of just fire wagon action.
If you were to put a grade, okay, below average, average, and those are the 2 choices on Lucas Dostal in this series, what would you say?
I would say average. Okay. I know the numbers would reflect below average, and there's the same figure that everybody seems to all of a sudden consider the gospel about how to evaluate a goaltender in goals saved above average, and he has the lowest, and it's a 4-game sample size. You're playing the Edmonton Oilers, who, despite their problems, have still found a way to put the puck in the net. Like my evaluation of him in this series is what I think a lot of Oilers fans have clamored for in years past, which is coming up with the biggest saves at the right time. And whether that's when they're starting to get some pressure back the other way, they give up a chance in the other direction, and he makes a good stop on a centering pass. Obviously, the 2 breakaway stops on McDavid late in Sunday night's game proved very consequential. I think average is just fine. He hasn't stolen a game. Ducks haven't needed him to, because the offense has been there before this series is out, maybe. Certainly before, if the Ducks want to keep playing later into the spring, into the summer, they will need him to find that level that he's shown in the past. But down the stretch and so over in the playoffs, I would say average is a very accurate assessment.
Okay, so if you were to say, let's just say for and giggles, that Anaheim either wins tonight or on Thursday and wins this series with average goaltending, I would have never thought that. I would have thought Dostal would have had to be above average and then some. The Oilers' best period in this series, and I'm not sure if this can even come into argument, was period 1 of game 1. And one of the reasons it was the most successful period, was the best period, is because of the physicality in that period. They haven't played close to being as physical as they were in that opening 20 minutes of game number 1. Now, Colton Dach didn't play game 4, illness. I'm assuming that he's going to be okay to play game 5. You got to get him and Trent Frederick banging again. If it's going to be Lazar centering that line, or Szymanski, whatever it is, and this is just assuming that Jason Dickinson can go, those 2 guys really got to start pumping again. They got to keep ramming and jamming forecheck. And they haven't, you've seen opportunities for hits, and it's about closing quickly. And the Oilers haven't been as physical as they were in that first period for the remainder of this series. They got to get back to that. And that's everyone too. That's Kapanen, put Coles in. It's Hyman. These guys got to get in and start banging, pumping, and dumping here. So when we come back, we'll get to some of your texts. 833. No, it's Lorianne Munzer. I forgot. It's Lorianne. Shoot, Lorianne, I forgot about you because you've been off a couple of days. Lorianne Munzer will be with us when we come back. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at culligan.ca.
Do you listen to sports radio at work? Like right now? Well, do you?
Who, me? No way. I swear.
Okay, friend, we won't tell. Tens of thousands of sports fans listen to Sports 1440 each and every day. On the radio, on the listening apps, on YouTube, and on social media. If you listen to Sports 1440 at work, well, maybe it's time to advertise on Sports 1440 at work. Grow your business. Get your name out there. Shoot our ad team an email. Gregor@sports1440.ca. let's get to work for you.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Getting your vehicle sparkling clean doesn't have to cost a fortune. Take it into Hughes today and pay just loonies a wash.
Find us at hughescarwash.com.
From the local rinks to homes and businesses across the province, Alberta's rural natural gas utilities are here to fuel life affordably, reliably, and safely. We're members of the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, providing natural gas to keep our rural neighborhoods warm and connected every day. It's local, dependable, and it's ours. To learn more about the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops and our members, and how natural gas fuels your community, visit fedgas.com. Alberta's energy. Game on.
It's a kind of magic.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8:45 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick. Time to welcome in Lorianne Munzer, Olympic gold medalist from 2004. Good morning, Lorianne. I almost forgot about you because you've been off the last couple of weeks. How was your little getaway last week?
Mexico was amazing. It was incredibly hot. There was actually a 40-degree difference from Saturday leaving to Sunday morning first thing. It was unreal. Beautiful place. We went to Huatulco. So
you missed all the crap weather, didn't you?
I did. Yeah, and I heard there was a couple of snowstorms, I think.
It just sucked. It was awful. Like, I mean, the one night it felt like it was basically middle of February. So bad.
Wow. Well, I'm here to say spring is here now, officially.
Well, and you got your Oilers jersey on, ready for tonight?
Absolutely. All ready. You betcha.
So, I mean, they've been in this position before, not the exact same team, but we've seen it in years past where they've trailed series and had to come back. So how do they go about this? How do you draw from past experience to help you tonight?
I think really it's going to come down to is do or die. And we've seen them come back. I think this is when things really start to open up. I mean, we can see the pressure when it hits and you see the performance go down the drain. You see the body language. That's the first thing. It starts to slump and you know you're in trouble there. Number one, you have to play to win. That's the name of the game. And that's the switch that they have to flip, Kevin. If they don't flip it tonight, that's it. Game over, season done. And that's it. So it comes to decision. That's number one thing. It's do or die.
So, okay, we've said that this team is switch flickers 100 times this year.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is when you can't turn that switch and flick it at opportune times, that's when you get in trouble. So how do they go about that tonight where they don't unswitch it, put it on, start, and be consistent for 60 minutes?
Good point. You, number one, have to play your own game. So they have to decide how they're going to play it. The Ducks are younger, they're faster. So what are you going to do here? Are you going to play their game or are you going to play your own game? If you're not faster, if you're older, you're not younger, then you have to play the mental game of how do you beat them? How do you overcome them? And it's by playing, it's by moving the puck. It's also by playing your position that you're signed up for. Don't go try doing somebody else's job, right? Playing a different position. Play your position to the best and let's play the mental game here. So if you're not thinking and you're overthinking, that's when the game is going to go south. But if you're thinking and playing your game, you have to lead it. You can't let the Ducks take away your game, because as soon as they take away your game, that's it, game over. So if you can't flick the switch, you mentally have to be thinking, what is my game? What am I doing here?
Opportunities, a word that gets thrown around all the time in situations like this, because you never know when you're going to have an opportunity again. You don't know what's going to happen next year. So when you are in this position, who says what? Is it the coach? Is it the leadership group? Who talks to whom? What gets said at a point like this?
Well, the leadership trickles down from the top down, but then it's also too, it's got to go bottom up. So the players, you all have to band together, because if you're playing the I game, it's me, it's I, you know which way it's going to go. This becomes the we game, and your leadership has to become strong. You have to ignite, you have to fuel and help your other teammates, your players, take their game to the next level. I've talked about that before, but it's, what are you going to do to raise the bar? What are you going to do to raise the standard? So you can go back and rest on your laurels. You can go back and go, okay, well, here we are. I don't have to produce. I don't have to play. Well, actually you do. This is your job. This is what you're here for. So it's igniting the fire within each of your teammate here, so that everybody feels it. It's an energy thing. It's an energy transference, or it's an energy takeaway. Don't let the Ducks take it away.
Mm-hmm.
Fuel the fire here so that you guys can do the job and put the pucks in the net.
So conversely, on the other side of the spectrum here with the Anaheim Ducks, for the most part, a young team. They've got some veteran guys that have been in the playoffs before, like a Jacob Trouba, like a John Carlson. But for the most part, Chris Kreider goes into that category too. For the most part, these are all players that haven't played in the Stanley Cup playoffs before. So it's a tricky question for you. At what point, does the moment creep into their minds and go, all right, look where we are. No one expected us to be in this position. How does that change maybe for them going in to a possible elimination game tonight?
I think this is a great opportunity. You were just talking about opportunities. Even though, Kevin, they haven't necessarily been in the playoffs before, they have in their mind. That's why they're there. That's why they're winning, right? Just because you haven't had the actual real live experience from a mindset point of view, your mind cannot tell the difference between real or imagined. You practice, you train, you play in your mind. When you go out on the ice, you are going to play the way that you see yourself, the way you feel yourself doing it. If you're not doing that, you're going to be reacting, right? Reacting isn't where you want to be. You want to be responding, if anything. You also want to be in total control. If you're not in total control, you're taking your feet off the gas. You're not playing your game. You're playing somebody else's game. So looking at this from a mindset point of view is, can you handle the pressure? Can you shut it out of your mind? We've talked about this before. This is not the Stanley Cup playoffs. This is another game, but that is what the 82 games leading up to tonight has been all about. We've talked about however you practice is how you show up when the pressure hits, when it's game time. If you're not practicing that, this is a Stanley Cup game. And even though it's early on in the season, it's midway in the seasons, it's 3/4 way through the season, I can tell you your performance is going to lack. You can flip the switch and go, yeah, okay, I got it. It happens hit and miss. The question is, do you want to be hit and miss, or do you want to be consistently consistent? When I'm working with athletes, we talk about being consistently consistent, because whatever you do in private will show up when it's race time, when it's event time, when it's game time. So even though you haven't necessarily been in this event, this spot before, you can see it in your mind, you can feel it, you can go through How am I going to respond? What do I do if I react? What do I do if I screw up? How am I going to mitigate that? What am I going to counter and what am I going to do?
Lori-Ann Munzer with us in Sports 1440. So when you're working with athletes, and I'm talking about here maybe in the last several years, call it a handful of years, have you noticed athletes not having that fear factor when they're younger? I liken it to some of these, young hockey players. They don't know what this moment is yet. Like golfers, sometimes the young golfers go, whatever, I'm just pumping it down the middle, ripping it, because I'm not scared of OB or water or whatever. Do you think athletes have changed in the last handful of years that you've worked with that don't have that mentality like maybe some of the older athletes?
I think it's a really great question. When you look at athletes that have experience, they can draw on it and go, hey, here's what really worked. This is what I did to overcome these different situations. We were down, we were leading, then it got tied up. We went into overtime. When you look at younger athletes, Kevin, they don't have the baggage. They don't, right? They're just free spirits. They're out to play. They're out to win. They're out to do their best. And they're gaining the experience, so they have no fear of losing. If I asked every player that is a seasoned vet, if your success was guaranteed, what would you do different? Oh my gosh, the stuff that comes out, I would prepare different. I would show up different. I would eat different. I would go to bed different. I might have a siesta in the afternoon. I would train different. I would periodize it. I would write it out. I would do the visualization, maybe 5 minutes once in the morning, 3 minutes in the evening, really simplify it. But what happens is the younger players don't have the fear because they're not overthinking it. They don't have the experience to go, oh, well, we've been here, we've been down, we got knocked out, we were done. The older athletes, they have those experiences because they've been playing for so long. However, can you flip the mindset to go, screw that? That's in the past. If I focus on that, I'm going to repeat it, bring it back. How do I want this to roll out? And when you start getting athletes to design what the next picture is, like tonight's picture, I would question whether the athletes have totally thought it out from start to finish. They know certain components, but can you run through the whole day, backwards, forwards? If stuff goes sideways, what are you going to do? If stuff is going really good, how are you going to keep it going at that high level? And that is the difference when you come to this level, when you have experience, and even if you don't have that experience, oh my gosh, for some athletes, this is the first Stanley Cup game of their life. What are you going to do?
Mm-hmm. As far as the Oilers go, I mean, they've had leads in every game of this series. So what's the mindset? What gets said? Because it's obviously something they talk about. It's something that has to be addressed. Hey, we've had leads in every game here. Mm-hmm. How do we build on that lead? How do we close it out? What do you think gets said there?
Well, number one is everybody talks about it, Kevin. Mm-hmm. The real team that wins feels it. I had talked about the body language. You look at, I saw Connor and it's just like, there was that slump. You see it with the other players, right? When you feel it, if you are absolutely certain you're going to win tonight, you're going to play it, you're going to take it home, we'll worry about tomorrow. But the question is today and tonight, can you feel it without expending too much energy? Because if you start overthinking it, you're going to lose it. But it's just that right amount. Can you walk it? Can you talk it? And does your attitude, your stance, how you prepare, is it Stanley Cup championship? Is it Stanley Cup playoff level? Or are you just playing to get through it? Are you going through the motions? And if you're not feeling it, Kevin, well, you know which way the game's going to go.
Mm-hmm. Lori-Ann, good stuff. Welcome back. Enjoy game number 5 tonight. Hopefully, there's a game 6 on Thursday.
I'm planning for it. So absolutely. And we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Lorianne. That's Lorianne Munzer, 2004 Olympic gold medalist in cycling. Text 833-401-1440. We'll get to a couple of them before the break. And, man, a lot coming in with John Garrett passing away last night. Doug says, really sorry to hear about John Garrett. Not sure how old he was, but far too young to be gone. Rest in peace, John. I believe 75-ish, somewhere in there. Rob, 74? Okay, so he hadn't had his birthday yet because he's a 51. Born in 1951. Rob says, KK, John Garrett was a firing SOB as a player. The WHA, the Oilers were hosting the Fighting Saints, and during warm-ups, a puck came a little close to his head. He threw his goalie stick and then his blocker right at the offender's head, and then chased him around the ice, swearing up a storm. I think I learned a few new words. Quite the performance for a goalie. Still remember like it was yesterday. Rest in peace from Rob, West Edmonton. And you know the other thing with John Garrett, he had some great masks when he played. If you Google his masks, there was a whole bunch of them that were, I mean, he was in Hartford, played obviously a lot for the Vancouver Canucks. And then, you know, he was here at the very beginning of the Oiler days, doing some games on the old ITV broadcast with the likes of Tim Dancy, Tim Spellacy. So, you know, he had ties to Edmonton for sure, and obviously played in the WHA in Edmonton. So, just a sad news coming out from Rogers Sportsnet today. And as Spec said, that, you know, they had heard this last night because I believe it would have been Hannah Ryan Singh and John Garrett doing that series. And they ended up, I think everyone was probably so shaken up that they ended up taking the feed from ESPN or TNT, whatever it was, last night. When we come back, we'll get to more of your texts coming up at 9:20. We got Andrew Knoll from the LA Daily News. We'll preview tonight's Game 5 a bit more from a Ducks perspective. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by AWS Welding Supplies in Nisku. Product sales, servicing, calibrating, and free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. Your one-stop shop for all things welding, awswelding.ca. Here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
Pair of games in the Stanley Cup playoffs last night. Pittsburgh keeps their season alive with a 3-2 win over the Flyers. Philly still with the edge in that series, 3-2, as it'll shift back to Philadelphia for game number 6. And in the nightcap, Vegas blows a 3-0 lead in regulation, but wins in overtime 5-4 over the Mammoth to even the series at 2 games apiece. Shea Theodore netting the OT winner. And some sad news off the ice this morning as longtime broadcaster John Garrett has passed away at the age of 74. NHL goaltender of 207 games, WHA goaltender of 323 games, and an analyst with Sportsnet since 1998, primarily on Canucks broadcasts. Garnett joined Hockey Night in Canada all the way back in 1985. In the association playoffs, the Magic continue to stun the Pistons as they win game number 4, 94-88. Today, 3-1 series lead. Oklahoma City finish off a sweep of the Phoenix Suns. SGA, 31 points in the 131-122 win. And in the nightcap, a shorthanded Minnesota team without Ant Edwards or Dante DiVincenzo falls to the Nuggets 125-113. Nikola Jokic with a triple-double brings the Nuggets back to a 3-2 series deficit. Off the court, Cooper Flagg, teenage sensation, named Rookie of the Year in the NBA last night, just defeating his former Duke teammate Con Knippel in the voting. And in the majors, Blue Jays dropped their series over to the Red Sox 5-0 last night from Toronto. Elsewhere, Tampa beat Cleveland 3-2. The Twins beat up on Seattle 11-4. Yankees double up the Rangers 4-2. And the Dodgers get past the Marlins 5-4 in the nightcap. Just breaking, coming to the top of the hour here, Philadelphia Phillies firing manager Rob Thompson. The Canadian been with the team since 2022. Taking over on an interim basis will be Don Mattingly. Coming up in hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Andrew Knoll, covering the Anaheim Ducks for the LA Daily News, and we'll check in with a new edition of In or Out. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Summit Restaurant.
Located in the heart of the Silent Ice Center and just minutes from South Edmonton Common, Summit is your destination for exceptional house-made pizza, delicious entrees, and expertly crafted cocktails. Experience the perfect blend of flavor and ambiance in a modern setting. Join us for a straightforward yet elevated dining experience where our commitment to quality speaks to every bite and sip. Make Summit Restaurant your next night on the town.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Would you like to be a part of history for the month of April? I'm kidding. Or as the kids say, bro, I'm joking. Would you like to help us set a record in April? Chill, still kidding. At Northgate, we aren't trying to set any records or tell you how many vehicles we sell, and we really don't think you'd care. But what you will care about is this. Every dealer has the same costs. Trust me, GM does not have a favorite kid. You get to decide where you buy. 0% financing, a great selection, and of course, great people. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or business online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country. Mr. Rooter sees a UFO.
Mr. Rooter says, 1 plunge, 2. What's this? A UFO? An unidentified floating object. It's beginning to glow and levitate.
Thank you, Mr. Rooter. You have freed us from the gravity of the white hole. Humanity will be spared.
Wow! People aren't going to believe this when I put it in our new commercial.
If you want to believe in a plumber, call Mr. Rooter.
Want home ice advantage for your window coverings? Novo Blinds provides factory direct pricing and the fastest turnaround in the city for homeowners, builders, and commercial projects. Book a free in-home consultation at novoblinds.ca.
Nothing beats getting a deal at McDonald's. Why? Because you get a deal now.
And a deal later.
Redeem an offer from the latest mailer or the McDonald's app and dig into instant savings. Plus, you earn points towards
Free McDonald's.
Now that's what I call
a double whammy of deals.
Why does that keep happening? Deals sent right to your door. Check your mailbox for the latest McDonald's mailer loaded with delicious value. For a limited time at participating restaurants in Western Canada.
Fast track your financial goals with a special rate term deposit from Vision Credit Union. For a limited time, take advantage of a great rate on 1, 3, or 5-year terms. Plus, as a Vision Credit Union member, you can earn up to 25% more on your interest through profit shares. For details, contact your branch today or visit visioncu.ca. That's visioncu.ca.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 908 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you here on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. Philadelphia Phillies have fired manager Rob Thompson, a Canadian. That's from Jeff Passan. And how about this? Taking over as interim manager, Don Mattingly. Also on that was reporter with Philadelphia, Matt Gelb. He's the Phillies beat writer for The Athletic. NFL news, the Steelers from Adam Schefter are putting the rare right of first refusal tender on Aaron Rodgers, meaning that he can accept a 10% raise from last year's salary. That puts his numbers at about 15 mil. It preserves the Steelers' right to receive a compensatory pick in the event that Rodgers signs with another team, while limiting his ability to sign with another team once training camp begins. Just covering their bases, so to speak. Text 833-401-1440. Lots coming in with John Garrett and A lot of writers are sending out their articles, a lot of Vancouver-based writers for sure as well. Text coming in, Big Sam says, it's hard to play a physical brand when you absolutely cannot take a penalty. The PK is a difference in this series. Well, yes, the PK is a difference, but you can play physical and you can hit hard and not take penalties, Big Sam. Happens every time, every series. Like, this is a series where the physical play is probably, if you were to, rank physical play in series 1 through 8, I don't know, where's this one at? 7? Maybe it's at 8. Maybe, I don't know, probably 7. I don't know. Duke, if you were to rank 1 through 8, I guess it's tough when you're talking Colorado and Carolina. Those two are done. But Carolina and Ottawa was very physical at the start.
And that's what makes it tough. And listen, I've watched every game that's been in the playoffs so far. And there has been flows game to game. Like in game 2 or 3 of the Tampa series, whatever it was, after you had that conversation with Frank about you thought Tampa would try to lean into the bully thing more. So, I mean, there's been, like, even in the last game, look at that hit that Crozier made on Slavkovsky.
Yes.
Like, that was the turning point of the hockey game.
Sure.
But the rest of that game was not nearly as physical as the previous ones we'd seen in the series. Now in this Ducks-Oilers series, I thought in both teams' first home games, the respective home club came out with a pretty physical element. We saw Doc and Frederick, Hyman, among others, throwing their weight around back in game 1 and game 3 in Anaheim, which once again is kind of flown under the radar because it happened all the way back on Friday night. And we had game 4 after the fact. Like, the Ducks were very physical in that game. And that was to a man almost across the lineup. And overall, if they had to get me a number, let's just say 7. Ask me what the 8th one is. I'm not sure I would know
either.
But let's just say it is definitely on the lower portion of a physicality perspective of each 8 playoff series.
Could it be Colorado, LA? Maybe. I don't know.
It very well could be.
Yeah.
I think it would be a pretty apt choice.
So, and then again, the Oilers' most physical period in this whole series was the first period of game number 1. And what happened? They got out to a 2-0 lead, and they laid off the body in the second period. Yeah, the Ducks scored, 19 seconds in to the second period and got back in that game. But, I mean, it wasn't as physical from the first period on, and it hasn't been on the Oilers' standpoint. So again, more physical. Get to the points, cover your points, eliminate those little quick wrist shots. There's some things, easy things, that can be done here. Ontario Moms texts in, hey KK, I don't know who, but somebody within the coaching staff has implemented the 100-foot pass tips as the primary means of zone entry, I think. They've tried it at the start of the year, majority at the start, and never worked, and now they're doing it again. These tip passes stink. There are times when you need them, but not to the extent. And when they work, the only way they work, because you're giving up possession for one thing. If you don't break out with some connectivity with quicker 10-foot, 12-foot, 15-foot passes, you're not going to break out with as much success. Now, there are times when these tip passes must be used. They have to be used. When you need a change, you have to implement them. But the other angle here is when you're using them, and just because the guy that's doing the tipping is already engaged, 9 times out of 10, he is engaged with someone on him. So he can't get in on the forecheck. It's the other 2 forwards that have to be going through the neutral zone with speed, because they have to get in at the same time as the D going back for the puck. If not, it's just a turnaround, and very quickly the puck is exited from the team, in this case the Duck zone, quite easily and quite effectively. The Rig says, sorry to hear about Mr. Garrett. I was listening to you talk, thinking, I thought I just heard him, didn't I? Yeah, the answer is yes. Sad news. So, I mean, he would have done game number 3 on the weekend. Leslie had a great text. I just found it. And Leslie says, these guys need to throw their panties in the garbage and put their big boy pants on. I'm a woman, so I can say that. Haha. Thanks for that text, Leslie. Ron Mexico says, Kevin, do you think the Oilers aren't playing a hitting game anymore like game one because the head coach is stubborn and is trying to beat them with Oilers skill, but it isn't happening? McDavid said after last year, they kept doing the same thing over and over, not getting the results. I wouldn't say so. I don't think so, to be honest with you, Ron. You know, the lineup has dictated things as well. You know, who are their top two bangers and hitters? Well, it's on the fourth line. And put Coles in. And Kapanen. Which line is the most successful right now? Well, Kapanen. Put Coles in. Leon Draisaitl. You know, and he's not getting in because he's not at 100 per to get into that engagement in physical activity. But that's their best line. When effective, their fourth line, when it's Doc and Frederick together, but we haven't been able to see that as often as I think the coaching staff would like. Because when Jason Dickinson missed a game, what happened? Doc went off the fourth line and moved up to the third line. Now Doc was sick in game number 4. If he's good to go tonight, so now Doc and Frederick go back again. And as Knobloch says, there are your Bash brothers. We'll get to more of your texts as the morning rolls on. When we come back, Andrew Knoll from the LA Daily News covers the Ducks. That's straight ahead on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. Looking for a solid 4x4 that checks all the boxes? The 2026 Jeep Compass is in stock now at St. Albert Dodge, and this is a great value, starting from just $36,900. It's a Jeep, so you've got 4x4 capability, plus features like an 8.4-inch touchscreen, Apple CarPlay, active lane management, a Park View rear backup camera, and more. Over 30 in stock right now in just about every color you'd want. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
It's time to hit the greens. Elevate your golf game with Country Club Tour Golf Academy. No matter your experience, our PGA of Canada teaching pros are here to help. Enjoy lessons year-round between our 7 CCT golf courses and 2 state-of-the-art indoor facilities. Choose the location convenient for you. We offer private lessons, group lessons, expert club fittings, and junior camps. Visit our website to learn more and get ready to take your game to the next level. Booking is easy. Go to countryclubtour.com/golf academy and schedule your lesson today.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
Got a car you're ready to part with? Find out what it's worth. Fast, easy, and totally free at Go Auto. We're talking top dollar trade-ins, whether it's a little worn or still rocking that new car smell. Just a few clicks, and boom, you've got your value. Text value to 780-777-7777 to start. That's value to 780 all sevens. Why guess what it's worth? Let Go Auto show you the money.
Hey, Gary, is that your dad?
No, this is Evan, the new sales rep I hired.
Oh.
First impressions matter, but when hair loss takes over, it can feel like you're not being seen for the maverick you truly are. Hi, I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. At Advanced Hair and Skin Surgery, we know that hair loss is more than just a cosmetic issue. It's personal. Let's discuss all the cutting-edge options available so you can make a great impression every time.
Book a free consultation today at drvanceelliott.com.
What does deadline mean?
It means you have to do something before time runs out.
Oh, like buying your big brother's, big sister's dream home tickets?
Yes, exactly like that.
The Dream Home Lottery deadline is April 30th, just 2 days away. Your chance to win the grand prize, your choice, a dream home or $1 million and take home half the Win 50 jackpot is almost gone. Every ticket supports kids right here in our community. BigBrothersDreamHome.org. When you buy a ticket, you help a child.
Lottery license 745563 and 745562. Please play responsibly.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 9:21 in Edmonton, and time now for the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where you can pick up a 2026 Jeep Compass 4x4 for $36,900. It's got the 8.4-inch touchscreen, active lane management, Apple CarPlay, the remote keyless illuminated entry, rear backup camera, the alarm, and much, much more. There's 26 of them in stock right now at St. Albert Dodge. .com as we welcome in Andrew Knoll from the LA Daily News, covers the Anaheim Ducks. Good morning, Andrew. You're with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure.
What's the feeling? What's the buzz like in SoCal here, Andrew, with the Ducks up 3-1 over the Oilers, something not many people expected after 4 games?
Yeah, I mean, just it's been a kind of renascent period for the Ducks. It started in the 30th anniversary season when, Greg Cronin had his first season, but that was a disastrous year. Last year was a big springboard, and then this year, have the forward depth they have to bring in Joe Quenneville, just to have excitement back on Cattell Avenue. It's been really exciting. And, of course, the Ducks have contributed themselves with the way they played this year. They come back victories, second. Mm-hmm. Equalizers, OT wins, and so forth. It's tremendous. The critics have been great, and for the first time in almost a decade, there's some serious buzz from the team.
Yeah, I can't imagine what that buzz is like after, as you said, close to a decade from, really being a relevant team here in the Western Conference. And it has to do with drafting. It has to do with development. Maybe just touch on this core group of young players that have come along and meshed and melded in so well together to be in the position that they're in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of two steps. I mean, the first one, as you said, they've had some really lean years, but they haven't been for now. I think since they brought in Pat Verbeek ahead of the 22 trade deadline, somebody asked me about his approach. He's like a edge rusher. He treats this like a third and long. He really turns his ears back and goes for it. They really, really stockpiled futures. The Martin Madden and their scouting group did a great job. They've gone off the board. And Leo Carlson, Beckett Seneca, these were not guys projected to be second overall, third overall. They worked out great. The Gauthier trade, that was really opportunistic. The Flyers obviously did some good work on that as well, given their situation. They've fleshed out the core, and they have a lot behind it too. They have a number of guys at lower levels of the organization that are coming on strong. The future is even brighter.
Yeah. Andrew Knoll with us from the LA Daily News on the Kevin Karius Show here in Sports 1440. If Jackson Lacombe isn't the best defenseman in the playoffs so far in round 1, I'm not sure who is. What is it about his game that he's been elevating his level so far in these 4 games?
Yeah, it's kind of a linear thing with him. There was a big turn between year 1 and year 2. I mean, year 1 looked like a guy who was probably out of place. He made the jumps from the pros, no NHL transition, and then he did a number of things from year 1 to kind of unconventional. Mental side, he started training in martial arts, things like that. Became so much more assertive, and it was college, freshman year, sophomore year. His game really took off. So now we're seeing, him utilize that great skating that he has. We're seeing him not only be an offensive weapon, obviously he's leading all playoffs in points, not just for defensemen, but all got more in the defensive end. You see puck recoveries, and he was in every area of the game.
Mm-hmm. So what was it about working in the martial arts that has helped him, I guess, physically and maybe able to engage and have a little more of, that combativeness, if you want to call it that? How much has that helped him?
Oh, a ton. I think compete level is one thing, as you kind of alluded to there, but it's more just assertive and confidence. I think that's what he was really lacking in the first year. You saw him make tentative plays. He'd be in the corner and he'd let one squirt right into the middle of the zone. Different thing. Now you just see a different guy as far as the way he carries himself and the way that he attacks opponents on the ice. So he's coming more the defensive end. He's breaking up a lot more plays. And, he's just a lot more using the skating and skills that he has as well.
How much Trouba's been there for a while, but even, when Carlson came in, how much have those two guys helped him come along here?
Yeah, I think, you have Trouba, who was a Messier winner, who obviously had significant playoff experience with the Rangers and to a lesser extent the Jets, and definitely helped them. I think his year was a little bit of an adjustment with all the tumult and turmoil in New York, and he had some back issues. This year, he's been a solid piece for him. At times, he's really contributed. And then with Carlson coming in, he was coming off an injury when they acquired him. And it was a little bit of a period, but he's taken off. He's a point per game in the series. He's got a lot of poise up there. Of course, he's got Stanley Cup pedigree as well. So, that was a nice get in a pretty market.
Andrew Knoll with us on Sports 1440. So far, Joel Quenneville's pushed a lot of right buttons here and started the series with Chris Kreider on that top line with Leo Carlson and Troy Terry. Cutter Gauthier was not very visible in game one, but since they've made that switch in game two, things have worked out for the Ducks. Maybe just touch on some of the buttons that Quenneville is pushing right now.
Yeah, throughout the season, he had kind of taken a little bit of a step back. It wasn't a big, systems adjustment. It wasn't, we're going to until the guys played it. And he wanted to let the team breathe a little bit, let them find their own. But I think now is where he's kind of really earning his money. And the Gauthier thing maybe was a little bit obvious. I think a lot of fans were saying, why is this guy on line 3? He led in scoring, even though he missed a little bit of time at the end there. So, it was a situation where Kreider, who's been really good spurts this year, didn't finish the season strong at all, probably needed to drop down, and then Gauthier was a kind of a no-brainer to come up and take his place. But at the same time, you see now that playoff experience coming through. This is a guy with 4 Stanley Cup rings, 3 as a head coach, and I think Nick has been putting a little bit more of an imprint on the team than he did over the course of the games.
Mm-hmm. How much of an impact do you think that Jay Woodcroft has had on this staff and in this series?
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. I saw ESPN posted a photo of him with the ear-to-ear grin after in 4, which of course, could have gone either way. So there's a relief aspect there, but certainly given his history with the Oilers, there was a little bit more to it than that. Power play has struggled to find consistency throughout the season. That's been his main dude down here in Orange County, but certainly come through in this series. I think they're 6 for 12 in the series. I believe that's the best in the NHL. So I would say that's the place his fingerprints are. Beyond that, you have to have intimate knowledge of some of the stars that Edmonton has. Obviously, this has been a couple years since he was the coach of the team, and also the power play, which in years past, an enormous weapon for them. And in the last couple of games has been again.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think the power play is working so well, Andrew? And you said it's 6 for 12. That's 50%. And it's one of the main reasons that the Ducks have a 3-1 series lead here.
Yeah, they built into it. I think they have a power play goal, 1 in the last 7 games. I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
They did have a period at the end of the year where they had a stretch where they were about 2 for 24, and then it kind of coalesced. I mean, it's been very streaky all year. So too is their penalty kill. I mean, we see that in the series. They come out, they killed the first 6. Now they give up 3 of the last 4. So their special teams has been very feast and famine throughout the course of the season. So has their play. I mean, they had 2 7-game winning streaks. They also had a 9-game losing streak. They had a stretch with 2 wins and 10. They're a little like a Western version of Montreal in the fact that you're not quite sure what team you're going to get, but if you're the best, you really have their hands full.
How underrated do you think Andrew Mikael Granlund is for the Ducks this year? Coming over, had some great years in Minnesota, and he's been great in the face-off dot so far in the playoffs. But does he fly under the radar when you think about all these young players that are establishing themselves? What have you made of his play?
Well, I would say of the veterans that they got, he's the most impactful, although John Carlson now may be challenged. He was obviously a rival. But in the beginning of the year, Kreider was the guy who was really carrying them and had a couple big games. He also had a couple lower body injuries that kind of disrupted his season. Down the stretch, he was great, though. And the main thing is that they really haven't gotten all they expected from Mason McTavish, quite frankly. So to have Grant as a guy that can move around all 3 lines, all 3 forward positions, that's been very valuable. And he's played a lot as a 2C. He's given them some power play time and really kind of filled that gap from the maybe a little bit falling short of expectations from McTavish.
How do you think he's been feeding off? He plays well with Seneca, and Killorn's having a pretty good series too. So maybe just touch on the makeup of that second line right now.
Yeah, I mean, Killorn is a pro. I think he's not one of these guys who, you look at him and say, "Wow, what an incredible motor." He, picks his spots and kind of conserves his energy, but when you get to March, he turns it on every single season. Mm-hmm. And he's done that somewhat in the playoffs now. He doesn't skate like he used to, but he's a very heady player. He's positionally strong. He moves the puck well, and he feeds those other 2 guys. Seneca is the opposite. I mean, he's a young stallion, and he's 20 years old, whose physique is really going to fill out nicely. He's already very strong. Yeah. So he goes all the time. I mean, sometimes he goes a few stop signs, but he's a creative, aggressive, active player, a guy who can confront. And then you have Glenn. He's just smooth. I think after his time in Pittsburgh, he had some personal things that started going for him. He got in great shape, and he's been a really solid player. If you look at San Jose, Dallas, and now this stop, yeah, he's been a guy who's rebounded very nicely mid-third year.
Maybe the biggest surprise for me and maybe a lot of people, for Oiler fans, has been the play of the fourth line. And not a whole lot of people knew about Tim Washy or a VL. Ian Moore was up and down from defense to forward, as you know. But why do you think that this fourth line has been so successful in almost every situation that they're put in?
They've actually kind of put some on the fourth line to the extent where guys like Strome and Vetrano, who pieces that really couldn't get a lot of play time trash on the fourth line because they wanted really strong forward, wanted to disrupt the other team, but not just in a mindless way where we're just into the puck and running around. They wanted a more precise and we're going to play heavy and we're going to get an opportunity with that. So we saw it with Harkins, Dunston, and Paling at times early in the year. Obviously, 2 of those 3 guys were injured down the stretch. Paling has been up, and now they're kind of constructed another one. Washy, obviously, he wins the national championship here. A lot of people kind of raise an eyebrow, so why we trade a draft pick, even a round pick for a guy that's not playing right now. But he's been, in terms of his business in the and also contributing hustle and a little bit of offense.
We're going to let you go, Andrew. Just the connection isn't 100%. But, hey, enjoy the game tonight and enjoy if there's more on the series, enjoy that. And it's going to be a good show tonight. I'm sure it's going to be a tight one. So thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you very much. Enjoy.
Andrew Knoll, LA Daily News, and our game of the day brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where again, the 2026 Jeep Compass 4x4 is on sale right now for $36,900. Got 27 of them in stock right now at stalbertdodge.com. I mean, Jeffrey VL is a hell of a story. He's one of those guys that scored in junior and scored quite a lot in junior. Like, he was a big, tough, two-way guy, strong on the puck, and had 3 consecutive 30-goal seasons in Acadie Bathurst for the Titan in the Q. Wasn't drafted in the NHL. So the Ducks get him in January for a 4th-round pick. He's played 99 games in the NHL. Most of them are with San Jose. Played a little bit with Boston, and now 35 games he's played with the Ducks in the regular season. He's been a staple on this 4th line. He's got 2 goals in the playoffs, and they're big goals. Big goals. He didn't score in Boston. In the regular season with the Ducks, had 3 goals in 35 games. He's got 2 goals in the playoffs, and they're massive. And he's playing responsibly, and he's good defensively. He can check. He can be in on the forecheck. That 4th line's been dynamite, JJ. As Andrew said, Washy's winning key faceoffs, and the underrated guy is Ian Moore, and he's a plug-and-play guy on the right side here. And those 3 guys have complemented each other a lot in this playoff series. And the other thing is that the coach has confidence in them to put them out in basically any situation at any part and any point of the game. They've played late in periods, late in the game, trying to protect the lead or not give up a goal. So the Oilers got to find a way to bust through that 4th line. They got to get the pucks out quicker. They've got to get them out. We got a text that I want to get to if I can find it that came in from. I'm going to get it. It was about the tip pass, but we'll get it probably after the break. Oh, here it is. Alan texted in. Sorry. We'll get to it now. Hey, Kevin, the long outlet pass is a McFarland implemented system. You can find his presentation on YouTube. His philosophy is to create odd man rushes to prevent block shots that come from the cycle. On defense, Struddy talks about this all the time. Well, we all do. After the Olympics, the Oilers shifted to a collapsed defense in order to protect the middle of the ice, but it leaves the flanks and points wide open. This is on coaching from Al. So anyway, again, there was a time after a practice this year where Speck, Jim Matheson, and myself talked with head coach Chris Knobloch at length, probably for 20 minutes minimum, about how their defense and the philosophy was. And again, the easiest way to say this is that, and stats show this, and the eyeball test shows it. When goalies have a clearer view of the puck, basically from post to post and inside in, so from the middle of the ice, they're making these saves all the time. It's when you get the goaltenders going side to side. So if you are pushing things outside and leaving that middle of the ice and open, which is what Texter Allen is saying, you have to get on those guys that are on the flanks where these pucks are coming from quicker. And you got to box out better, because that's where the danger is coming from. And that's what has been shown. How many goals have we seen from the Anaheim Ducks in this series with just long shots, but maybe not just goals, trouble. So this is something, again, a beeline, a bat out of hell. Get to that point guy. If you're a forward on the top of the zone, covering those points, get out there quicker, close that lane off, close it off a little quicker. And then what's the play? It's a dump into the corner for the defenseman. When we come back, we'll get to more of your texts, 833-401-1440. It's Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Nothing beats getting a deal at McDonald's. Why? Because you get a deal now.
And a deal later.
Redeem an offer from the latest mailer or on the McDonald's app and dig into instant savings. Plus, you earn points towards
free McDonald's.
Now that's what I call
a double whammy of deals.
Why does that keep happening? Deals sent right to your door. Check your mailbox for the latest McDonald's mailer loaded with delicious value for a limited time at participating restaurants in Western Canada.
For over 50 years, The Brick has been proudly serving Canada. They love to save you more on everything you need for your home. Save up to 60% off made in Canada sofas when you buy the matching love seat or chair. Find patio sets starting at just $99 and save up to 40% off mattresses. Plus, take 5 years to pay with 0% interest on furniture and mattresses. Taxes and fees due at purchase, OAC. Visit a Brick near you for details and exclusions. The Brick, saving you more.
Divorce is never easy, but Fairway Divorce Solutions can help.
Their clear step-by-step process addressed all our issues, and we moved through the process quickly.
Fairway didn't take sides. They saved us money and heartache.
My ex, the kids, and I feel like we'll all be okay.
At Fairway Divorce Solutions, trained mediators and in-house lawyers will move your divorce process forward in a professional and efficient manner to achieve a fair resolution and separation agreement. Visit fairwaydivorce.com.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Fast track your financial goals with a special rate term deposit from Vision Credit Union. For a limited time, take advantage of a great rate on 1, 3, or 5-year terms. Plus, as a Vision Credit Union member, you can earn up to 25% more on your interest through profit shares. For details, contact your branch today or visit visioncu.ca. That's visioncu.ca.
From the local rinks to homes and businesses across the province, Alberta's rural natural gas utilities are here to fuel life affordably, reliably, and safely. We're members of the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, providing natural gas to keep our rural neighborhoods warm and connected every day. It's local, dependable, and it's ours. To learn more about the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops and our members, and how natural gas fuels your community, visit fedgas.com. Alberta's energy. Game on.
Canadian Tire's Big Spring Tire Sale is back. Save up to 25% on quality tire brands including Continental, Michelin, Motomaster, and Pirelli until May 21st. Conditions apply. Details online.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 9:43 in Edmonton. Text rolling in at 833-401-1440. Gotta love this one from Doc DL. Hey, KK, just a quick thanks for being on YouTube. I can listen live from Italy. Doc DL. So I said, well, what's going on in Italy, Doc? He goes, well, Tuscany wine, 25-degree warmth. Might as well, since the playoffs are not great. Continue the great work. All you guys are solid. Ciao. Well, ciao to you, Doc DL. Duke, would you ever go to Italy?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to go to Italy.
Me too. I think out of all the countries,
that's number one on your list.
I think it's up there.
Yeah,
I mean,
you haven't been?
No.
Have you been to Europe?
No, I've never been east of Sherwood Park. Dude. No, I have, but no, I would love to go to Italy and maybe Portugal.
Okay.
You know,
but not Spain, not the one between the two.
I don't know. I mean, Portugal's on the sea.
What if you just hit? What if you just hit that whole the Mediterranean coast?
Yeah, Greece
like,
and everything.
Greece
Italy.
up and then around to Italy, and then maybe just jump across to Monaco, France, the Riviera,
okay, now we're talking.
Spain.
Come on,
then,
Duke.
and then over to Portugal on the far coast.
Duke, if I were winning money on gambling like you are, then I could see it happening. But
well, as you said, I can't believe you told Frank you don't gamble. When
what's the
you gamble
definition of-
every week in your golf games with your father-in-law, with me, although with no stakes, but that still counts.
Golf game is supper. That's supper.
No, it isn't. You say you're just like, oh, I'm down this much to Wiz and Piercy.
That's just supper.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's supper at the end of it. It's supper at the end of the year.
Okay, well, what if you lose like 100-1? Do you have to like take him to that much nicer of a supper? And if you only lose by one, then you have to take him to McDonald's or what?
At the house. It's at the house, so it's all prepared. Yes, against Old Man Baker, we bet $10 on the NFL, over the course of the week with some games.
Yes.
Sometimes there's like 4 or 5 games. So, but it evens out. Except last year it was down a little bit.
Except last year.
So, I mean, that's the way it is. But no, it's not. I'm not going to the casino, Duke, or I don't have a bookie anymore.
No one has a bookie anymore, Kevin. Duke. There are legal options to do this instead of.
That's not as much fun. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, that's way more fun to go into some shady bar and sit on the stool beside some guy and be like, yeah, give me this much on what and they're setting their own lines and just absolutely dogging you probably.
No. Duke, I would have loved for you to be 20 years older back in the Moe's Sports Parlor days. You would have been like the number one guy in that bar. Like you would have been having so much fun with Doug and Kim and everyone.
I'm sure I would.
Well, Wes Montgomery, all these guys 25 years ago, Duke, that was a fun place to be, especially on Fridays.
Mm-hmm. I believe it.
You know what Fridays were, Duke, right?
What's that?
Well, Fridays were either collection days or paydays.
Paydays, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man. Time now for In or Out, brought to you by Pro Solutions. If you need fast air conditioning service, Pro Solutions offers expert repairs, tune-ups, and installs with flexible financing. Book your appointment now at prosolutionsinc.ca.
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or you out?
In or out of what?
No time for questions, just action. In or out?
Well, then I'm out.
I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined the whole thing.
All right, Duke, Letterbuck.
Game date for the Edmonton Oilers, potential elimination edition as the Edmonton Oilers will try and stave off elimination tonight. Trailing the Ducks 3-1 in the series. They'll go at it from Rogers Place. Injuries continue to hamper the team. Guys banged up. Pretty mum's the word, however. Even Colton Dock missing game 4 due to illness. We'll see if he's going to be available to draw back in tonight. But not really the case in the crease, as we are led to believe that both goaltenders, all 3 goaltenders, if you want to include Cal Pickard in the mix, are healthy and just a matter of preference. Listen, you've asked a couple different people this morning already, Kevin. I just wanted to really hash it out with you here. I think Connor Ingram should be the one starting in goal tonight.
See, I'm going to go in, Duke, because that's where I was with Frank.
Yeah.
And Frank said he would probably go Jari, I believe. Speck is to be honest with you, it's not crazy to say that both guys, Speck and Frank, were, as I said, coin tosses.
Mm-hmm.
And is it that nutso to think that? Now, do you look at this as the possibility from an organizational standpoint? So your general manager traded for Jari.
He also traded for Ingram.
I guess he did too. But Jari was supposed to
for a much smaller price.
For nothing. But Jari was the guy that you brought in and was supposed to be the guy that was the difference maker, because you had a guy that went to 2 finals in Stu Skinner and Cal Pickard, because he was a big part too.
Mm-hmm.
So you felt that a change, and I'm talking from Stan Bowman's perspective, a change needed to happen to bring in Jari over Skinner. So if you go Ingram over Jari, so what's that telling you? It tells me that the coach is going, I'm going with Ingram because I think he gives us the best chance to win. And that's what has to be asked here.
Yeah.
The question that has to be asked is a simple question. Who gives us the best chance to win tonight in an elimination game scenario? In my opinion, the best chance to win based on what we've seen in the last several months, is Connor Ingram.
I couldn't say it any better myself, and it's a matter of fact that it was verbatim what I was going to say. The expression, who gives you the best chance to win? And I don't think Tristan Jarry was at fault for the loss on Sunday night. I also don't really think Connor Ingram was at fault for losses in the previous 2 games either. Was he excellent? No. No. And is there ones you kind of maybe say you want back? Yeah, possibly. But as Speck pointed out, right, when you're a goalie that's fighting it a little bit, it does seem to call it a superstition, call it just old school thinking. The bad bounces follow you around, and that's kind of what Tristan Jarry's at right now. It's a good analogy for Speck to bring up. This every piece of evidence we have shows that Connor Ingram gives you the best chance to win this game.
As unlucky as that overtime goal was, if you are fundamentally and technically sound,
it doesn't go in.
It doesn't even get near. It stops on your paddle.
Yeah.
Because why, as a goaltender, and Woodley would be the first to tell you, why would you have your paddle on your right pad down and then, the heel up in the air? That paddle needs to be over 3-4 inches because it's your pad's making the save if the puck is going there, not your paddle. You don't need it there.
We will see, likely, maybe not even likely, getting a little bit of clarification as the team probably takes the ice here for a morning skate in the
40 minutes,
pretty immediate future heading into tonight's contest. On the Ducks side of things, Jackson Lacombe, we've talked about him a little bit already this morning and plenty over the past week. He's been excellent in this series at both ends of the ice, leading the playoffs in points, has done a pretty effective job in the most minutes played against Connor McDavid at 5-on-5 over the course of 4 games and keeping him in check. Back on home ice, last change at your disposal. Chris Knobloch should try to keep Connor McDavid away from Jackson Lacombe, but only on defensive zone starts.
I get where you're coming from, Duke. And if you were, it's so stupid to say Conn Smythe after 4 or 5 games, but Brandon Hagel's there and Lacombe's in the top 5 probably
for sure. Yeah.
But that's a conversation for into round 2. I'm going to be out on this one, Duke, because Connor McDavid accepts the biggest challenges and the toughest matchups on a nightly basis for years
across the league. Some of the very best defenders this sport has been able to put forth over the past 10 seasons.
So you want your guy to go up against the very best, and Connor wants to go up against the best. So I'm going to go out, and unless Connor's got a broken foot here or something, I see him starting tonight to be that difference maker no matter who he's playing against.
Okay.
So I'll go out just because I want Connor up against whoever, whenever, at whatever point of the game. If that's Lacombe in your zone, their zone, neutral zone, I don't care. Connor wants that matchup. Connor will strive and be the player that we've seen him to become and is. So I'll go out just because I'm taking Connor over everyone. I don't care who it is.
And it's such a valid point, Kevin. And it's kind of almost where I leaned. And part of what inspired this, I caught Gregor talking about it a little bit yesterday, and how Chris Knobloch can maybe try and utilize the advantage of the last change tonight. He's the best player in the world, and injured or not, you can't, I think, if you're Chris Knobloch and you try and let this matchup dictate your game plan, I think you are now chasing the game from the get-go. And we've seen this in the past, right? Coaches that get obsessed with matchups, all of a sudden you're keeping your best player on the bench way more than you should because you're trying to avoid him playing against Alex Barkov or Pavel Datsyuk or Jacob Slavin. Take your pick of a defensive centerman, D-man, whatever, over the course of, the past quarter century. Coaches can get lost in that a little bit, but at the same time, we know Connor McDavid has struggled in his own zone most of this season, as a matter of fact. So if all of a sudden you can give yourself a chance where you see Lacombe and maybe it's the fourth line, whoever else roll it over the boards, don't start McDavid in that spot. Have them ready to jump if you can get a quick breakout. And the other way, of course, because you don't want him missing a shift in the cycle. But yeah, it's just like the results are still a smallish sample of 4 games, but the results are not very inspiring, even if 4 points are on the board for him. Using what we've seen so far in this series, that same small 4-game sample size. The Oilers' primary key to victory tonight, it's simple. Play a disciplined hockey game.
Sure. I mean, one of the keys for sure. Primary, yeah, you can say that too. You can't take any more stupid penalties. I mean, Josh Szymanski's prime exhibit, number 1 in the last 2 games, the penalty that he took in the last game. And you can see his emotion both times when he's in the box and they score. That last game, and it's 2-0 and Gauthier scores and they get back in the series. So back in the game, back in the game, and now it's 2-1. And, Hyman's penalty, you can discuss it as well. I don't think it is as much of a knee as guys like Speck and others think. I thought it was borderline, to be honest with you. But you got to be disciplined in that sense. But you need to be physical too. So just don't do anything stupid. You're going to take penalties. There's going to be a penalty or two. I mean, if the Oilers say 3 penalties or less, a period of penalty, a penalty, a period, are you happy with that? Probably. But your PK's got to be better too. So discipline for sure, Duke.
And we know penalties are going to happen. And we had that text earlier about, can't take penalties, or you can't play physical because you're scared of taking penalties because your PK's been bad. Like, those are different conversations. Look at you hate to pick on a guy, but just they're the premier examples. The penalties by Josh Szymanski in the last 2 games, right? There's a big hit, and so he goes after, gives the extra shot, and trying to jostle, and stick comes up. It's a high sticking, clear as day, right? Like that. That's an undisciplined penalty. The slew foot on a guy that's kind of snaking around you a little bit, or going to the boards that he takes in the other night's game. That's an unnecessary penalty. You can put Wallman's in the same category.
Yeah.
Those are easy to eliminate. If you take a penalty in being aggressive, and maybe this is another old school cliche and someone that doesn't actually have any merit or not, taking an undisciplined penalty and then you don't kill it off, that seems to deflate a team a lot more than if a guy's playing hard, gets knocked for something, and he's in the box. Maybe, you find your PK a chance to dig a little deeper to help rescue your guy in that spot. Old school thinking or not, I think there is some, even if minimal amount of merit to it. So I just think, like, you got to bear down a little bit and keep yourself out of those situations, because Ducks power plays red hot right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Switching over to the Gridiron CFL draft going tonight. Edmonton, the Elks holding the 3rd overall pick, 9 picks overall over the course of the draft. Their top pick, and there's some speculation, they might be potentially on the move here at 3 overall, moving down and recouping even some more assets. The top pick should be used on someone to help the front half of their defense. I'm thinking someone up at the D line, or even into the middle, maybe a linebacker.
I heard Ed Hervey there on Gregor's show yesterday. The one thing that I took away from it is when he said, like, an impactful player that can kind of help a little more immediate.
Right.
But he also threw special teams in there. And I mean, if that's a guy that, look at a Joel DeBlanco, Duke, when he was picked number 1 overall. I mean, he didn't start at linebacker for quite some time, but
not really until this season, and it was largely due to injury. He got the extra starts.
So he was into year 3, correct? So if there's someone out there that is going to be able to be in an image like that, where down the road he's going to be helping you on defense, but you need him to be special teamer right off the hop, that's kind of where I'd be looking at. To trade down, they've got enough picks here, Duke. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they've got enough picks. They also get another pick in the 2nd round for having the most Canadian snaps.
Yeah, I was looking at that when I was counting the whole thing, and they got like a back-to-back picks down in the 7th round or something. But that would in that them, and I can't remember who the other team is, but 2 of them get the snaps bonus pick or something. It's officially called. I had a little bit of chuckle because I was not aware of that little wrinkle.
It's pick 19, and Winnipeg gets pick 20 in the 2nd round, and it's called a National Snaps Reward. So they got the 3rd overall pick, they have the 12th overall pick, and then they have the 19th overall pick, plus the 21st pick. Pick number 1 in the 3rd round, and that was in the Niles Morgan trade with Ottawa. So they've got a lot of picks, when you think about it, 4 picks in top 21, which is pretty darn good. Would they be able to package something and get, to me, I'm picking at 3. I don't.
Here's and listen, I've also seen some stuff that Ottawa could potentially be open, and I think it was based off of the GM's phrasing when asked about the selection. He didn't necessarily say. He said if we pick here, opening the door a little bit to some conversation if Ottawa's interested in trading out. With that many picks at the top of the draft, Kevin, do you have any interest in the Elks moving up and picking at the top to get maybe someone, whether it's an O-lineman or something else that they really, really want?
I wouldn't be opposed to it if there's someone they really want. I'm just worried about too many teams that are getting romanticized into NFL talent here, that are American collegiate players that are Canadian. And look at like Ottawa, like Mesidor's from Ottawa, right?
Yeah.
Where do you think Ottawa would take him? Like,
I think he'll go in like somewhere between round 6 and 8.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, look at when Calgary took Chuba Hubbard.
Yeah.
You know, and it was like, okay, that's fine, but
flyer.
Like, Chuba's never coming to the CFL ever.
Yeah.
You know, I don't see Chuba as a 30-year-old running back that his time is run out in the NFL and says, I want to run and get my body bashed in while I'm still relatively healthy here.
And he obviously secured some security for himself in this last contract. So as we know, it runs out for every player. Not everyone can be Tom Brady and play in your 40s, especially running backs. I guess Frank Gore's the more apt comparison there. Yeah. But as long as you've got that security and comfort and you've done a good job managing it, there's no need to continue to punish yourself from a physical standpoint. And look, we know the CFL, the salaries are not anything that's going to give yourself a long-term bonus from a financial security perspective.
You think Chuba's going to come here and beat his brains out?
There's no chance.
Couple $100,000 a year.
There's no chance.
Yeah.
Lastly, Kevin, today is National Superhero Day.
Ooh.
Superheroes, they dominate the media landscape. Another big Marvel movie coming out this year. Some new Spider-Man movie this summer. It's all great. It's been quite the scene for the last 20 years or so. The best superhero, or the superhero that would be best, I should say, to go and grab a couple beers with. I'm picturing dive bar, sit down, chop it up, maybe get into it a little bit, picking some songs on the jukebox, play a game of pool, that type of scene. I'm going to go with The Thing from Fantastic Four. That guy can put him back, I bet.
So here's the thing, Duke.
Okay.
I wish Laddie were here to discuss this with you, because I'm sure once I make my selection, Laddie's going to go, now, Duke, here's the whole difference with your mentality with some of the topics of conversation that Laddie, yourself, and I have.
Okay, I think I know where you're going with this.
So it's not even close for me. It's Wonder Woman.
Yeah, shocker.
So you're taking Wonder Woman out for a couple of drinks, couple of beers, whatever she wants. Linda Carter. Back in the day, Duke. I mean, Wonder Woman with that lasso.
Kevin, she puts the lasso of truth on you while you're sitting there at the bar.
That's fine.
And she says, all right, what are your intentions? And you get into it a little bit and you get a little,
I don't care.
Get a little nasty. And she's like, slaps you across the face, which sends you through the wall because she's Wonder Woman.
No.
And all of a sudden you're sitting there with nobody to have any beers with and a broken jaw.
No. See, but that's the thing, Duke. All you got to do is be truthful. Be honest. You're going to have a couple of beer and then, first of all, Wonder Woman's way back in time. I don't even know how you remember her, because that was in the 70s
Kevin,
and 80s.
they remake these characters in movies.
Yeah, but not Linda Carter.
Gal Gadot was Wonder Woman in the most recent edition.
Okay.
She's a terrible actress, but she's very good looking.
I don't know about that, but I'm going back. So do you know who Linda Carter is?
Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with the original. Yeah.
So I'm going with Wonder Woman. And I don't I was trying to think of a next woman superhero or another one.
Well, just using recent examples that maybe people are familiar with in the Marvel universe, like Scarlett Johansson is the Black Widow.
Okay, well,
Elizabeth Olsen as the Scarlet Witch. She's pretty nice. There's plenty. There's lots of feet.
Linda Carter, Wonder Woman. What about Fenwick? You're probably going with what? Some thing or whatever? Superman?
No, pretty close to that though. I'm less interested in what you're doing, Kevin. Like I'm so far away from that.
Well, that's because he's got a girlnend now, so
he's in love,
and she's listening, so he needs to play toe the line.
I could give a rip about that, honestly. I just like they're superheroes. I'm clearly like, this is the same thing of like, oh, the hall pass, and my hall pass is Scarlett Johansson. It's never gonna happen. I'm also not with you, Duke, and just like seeing how much I can drink and keep like can I keep up with a superhero? The thing is interesting. He's a very
cool guy.
He's a cool guy. Mine is Invincible. This is a show on Netflix, and the only comic I've read front to back, like all the way through the entire run. This guy's interesting.
Who?
His name's Invincible.
Oh.
I know.
Josh is going off the board to some superhero that only real nerds have ever heard about.
What are you talking about? There's 4 seasons of the show on Amazon Prime coming out for a 5th, just so everyone's aware.
What show?
Invincible. That's what it's called. Anyways, I'd talk to him. He'd have some interesting stories because man, he's like Spider-Man, you know? Also, he's 22, so it's pretty close. Shared life experience.
Is the Invisible Man a superhero or not?
Well, the Invisible Woman is Sue Storm, also in the Fantastic Four. There's superheroes with invisibility. I'm not sure if there is a Invisible
You know what
Man.
I'm saying? Like, you take them because you could drink their beer and they wouldn't know.
I don't think that's how that works, Kevin.
That works.
Like, I think it'd be better if you were invisible, and then you could drink their beer and they wouldn't notice. Although the floating beer might give it away.
Husk says he'd be taking the Silver Surfer.
Oh, that's the bad guy in the Fantastic Four.
Tequila
He's a
says
good guy.
Thor all day. He's a booze hound. Randy goes Deadpool.
Canadian.
Beer Man says the Hulk.
That seems a little risky.
You never have to worry about anything or anybody at the bar.
Yeah, but you have to worry about yourself. When the Hulk's the Hulk, he doesn't know. He just smashes everything.
He's angry, and which makes him probably an angry drunk.
Momsy says Wolverine.
Also Canadian.
Wolverine's a little bit of a D-head, though.
How come no Superman?
Superman's so boring.
He's chalk.
Come on
He's
now.
vanilla.
Superman stinks.
Man, I mean Linda Carter. It's Wonder Woman all day long.
Kevin, get your head out of the gutter. You know the trope of men only think about one thing. You are the poster boy for that.
Yeah, but
there is only one thing ever on your mind.
This is 45 years ago, Duke. It's like, it's a great
it,
7 or 8
it obviously left a pretty lasting impression on you.
Yeah. That was a hell of an outfit, though, Duke, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Triple C says Catwoman, and that's Halle Berry.
In one iteration, Anne Hathaway, Zoe
okay.
Kravitz in the most recent, in the Robert Pattinson Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer was Catwoman, too.
Oh, yeah. Boy, she's in a lot of stuff lately. Michelle Pfeiffer? Yeah. We watched the first season of The Madison.
Mm-hmm.
She was in that. I think there's another one that she's just in. Just came out on Netflix.
Yeah. I know what you're talking
the name
about.
of it is,
Yeah.
but, good stuff, Duke. That's In or Out, brought to you by Pro Solutions. If you want to have fast air conditioning service, Pro Solutions is the place to be. Check them out at prosolutionsinc.ca. Coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, we'll check in with some texts at 833-401-1440. Plus, we've got Connor Halley from Fantasy Frenzy and the Jason Greger Show at 10:20. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Sean Cunningham of Remax Real Estate. Get the home team advantage for your next move in the Edmonton area. If you are thinking about buying or selling a home, call or text Sean directly at 780-265-0165. That is 780-265-0165. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
It's game day down at Rogers Place as the Edmonton Oilers look to stave off elimination, trailing the Ducks 3-1 in their best-of-7 series. Puck drop just after 8 o'clock. Pre-game coverage starting right here in Sports 1440 at 6. 2 of the games in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Sabres look to punch their ticket to the second round, taking on the Bruins from Buffalo. Later that series 3-1. And the Wild and Stars notched it 2 games apiece. Go at it from Dallas. Puck drop there just after 6. Finalists for this year's Ted Lindsay Award is the league's most outstanding player as voted on by the players. Named to be Macklin Celebrini, Nikita Kucherov, and Connor McDavid. And some sad news to report as well as longtime broadcaster John Garrett passing away at the age of 74. Garrett, playing career ended in 1985 after 200-plus games in the NHL and over 300 in the WHA. Longtime member of the Vancouver Canucks broadcast team. BCHL playoffs continuing tonight with the Sherwood Park Crusaders down in Brooks for game number 7 Puck drop just after 7 o'clock, going to punch their ticket through to the next round. And in the association tonight, Boston leading 3-1 will host the Sixers. Atlanta and Knicks tied at 2 go at it from MSG. And San Antonio leading their series 3-1 will host the Portland Trail Blazers. Full slate of games in the majors today. Blue Jays continue their series against the Red Sox. Trey Savage going to make his first start of the season coming off of the injured list. First pitch just after 5 o'clock Mountain. Coming up in hour 4 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll hear today's edition of Cam and Eggs and be joined by Connor Halley from Fantasy Frenzy. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray Radio Station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Would you like to be a part of history for the month of April? I'm kidding. Or as the kids say, bro, I'm joking. Would you like to help us set a record in April? Chill. Still kidding. At Northgate, we aren't trying to set any records or tell you how many vehicles we sell, and we really don't think you'd care. But what you will care about is this. Every dealer has the same costs. Trust me, GM does not have a favorite kid. You get to decide where you buy. 0% financing, a great selection, and of course, great people. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or business online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Who's that working on the underground utilities over there? All-Star Construction, that's who. What about the street lighting? Yep, All-Star Construction. And the directional drilling, hydrovacking, neighborhood renewal, and telecommunication work? Yep. Since 2009, All-Star Construction has been doing all that and more, shaping and building Edmonton communities for land developers all around Edmonton. That's what All-Star Construction is all about.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions take one for Gene Principe. Hey, thanks for being on time.
I'm always punctual. Now, how about some cool beats while I drop the heat?
Ready when you are.
Tall legacy, tall legacy.
Nice.
Boom! I'm a musical genius.
Legacy's going to love this for AC season.
What's not to love with no interest and no Principe payments for 1 year?
Are you always like this?
Yep. Unlike Legacy, I never know when to cool it.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
They're pumped for the playoffs at Selly's Sports Bar and Lounge, the place to catch every hit, every goal, every Selly. Not a bad seat in the house. Tons of big screens and a menu with something for everyone from small bites to big bites. Plus, game night food and drink features and Oilers playoff watch parties. Selly's Sports Bar and Lounge at all 3 Century Casino locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile.
Every day is game day at Century Casino.
Ah, yes, the majestic air swing. Don't fret, Colonial Golf Club welcomes all skill levels, even those who struggle to make contact. Colonial's championship course is designed to challenge pros, entertain amateurs, and provide just enough hazards to keep things interesting.
Whoops.
Well, at least the Ducks are impressed. Colonial Golf Club, just south of Edmonton down 50th Street. Book your tee time now at colonial.ca.
For almost half a century, families, farmers, and mechanics across Alberta have trusted Ed's Auto Salvage in Westlock. Why? Because we know cars and we know value. Hi, Lisa here. And whether it's keeping your work truck hauling or getting your teenager's first car back on the road, Ed's has the parts you need at prices you can afford. Reliable, affordable, local. That's Ed's Auto Salvage. With province-wide shipping and daily delivery to Edmonton, visit us at edsautosalvage.com.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
Ooh, la, la. All right, welcome back to the big program, 1014 in Edmonton. I prefer the Simon and Garfunkel, Little Susie Duke. Is that the Everly Brothers? Or, yeah.
Spot on, Kev. You got a good ear this
that's
morning.
You're old guy. I just anything
You're razor sharp today.
Prior 1960 Duke, I get him, so. Hey, it's +5 out there right now.
Oh, I've been watching that every time I look over and check my phone here. My temperature is right on the front screen, and it's been going up.
Is it
steadily.
5 or 4?
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and looking at a high of 11. Tomorrow's 16, and even yesterday was cold going for a walk with old Sam dog, but it was windy and it's still cold wind. But now I think we're done. 16. We're looking at 20s here. So
yeah, like the sun came out obviously quite nice yesterday, and I got a little tempted just looking out my window watching the Penguins game at around 5 o'clock when it was first starting, and I was like, yeah, maybe I'll go sit on the balcony for a little bit. And I went out there. I was like, oh no, it's still really cold out here. The sun is misleading at the moment. But
you knew there was going to be an odd man left out in this. The 2026 Ted Lindsay Award finalists have been named. From the NHLPA. So these are the players voting on the finalists. Connor McDavid, Nikita Kucherov, and Macklin Celebrini. So again, we'll see what happens when it comes to the Hart. But I mean, Nathan McKinnon had a hell of a year. 50-plus goals and a lot of even strength points. So just think if that power play was working in Colorado, man. If that power play would have been at like anything in Colorado, Nathan McKinnon would have probably won the Art Ross. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough. And this is, again, these are voted by the players. And you know what they always say, when the nominees come out for the Hart, what's the writers? What do they know? These are the players. And it's presented to the most outstanding player in the NHL. So it's a different terminology than the Hart. The Hart is most valuable to his team. This is the most outstanding player in the NHL. So again, Celebrini, Kucherov, McDavid, up for the Ted Lindsay Award. MTR says he's got 2 tee times this weekend. Wonder if you should go out with Eddie, be an official scorekeeper. Bill says, maybe I'm old, but I'm with Kevin here. Give me Wonder Woman every single time, Duke. Every single time. I don't know. I don't understand where you're going with the Thing and all this.
He just seems like a cool guy. Fun to toss a few back.
Come on now.
Plus, it's a similar, the guy that texted in about the Hulk, well, like no one's going to mess with the bar. Well, no one's going to mess with the Thing either. He's Rock Man.
Who's
maybe
with
you
Wonder
need a little extra salt for your pretzels. You can probably just brush some off his rocks.
These pretzels are making me thirsty, Duke.
Yeah, exactly.
Brent says, "Don't let the Hulk have whiskey." Well,
yeah, that's.
I don't know.
Some people turn into the Hulk, even if they're not. Even if they're not Bruce Banner.
What booze sends you off the deep end? Like some people it's whiskey, some people it's wine.
I definitely think that because I drink mostly just beer now these days. But when I was still going out, like, and if I'm out somewhere, I'll still order a whiskey or something.
Yeah, with ginger ale, right?
The whiskey and ginger. The other night, Friday night, watching the game, I had a few whiskeys at home watching the game, and that was really good. But no, I don't know. I don't really have that booze. The first time I ever got really, really lit up, like when I was 16 years old, at a high school party, was off spiced rum.
Yeah,
Captain Morgan's. I have a pretty hard time drinking that now. I don't really like spiced rum. I don't know if that's carryover from that episode or that it's a little too sweet for me. I don't know.
But whiskey, that, like, if you get a real cheap whiskey, that could
send your night down the tube in a hurry. A real hurry.
Had a
text, silk tassel.
Oh yeah. I had a text a little while ago, and I got to find who it's from, but they wanted to know about Trey Savage tonight. So he's starting tonight for the Blue Jays. I think it's a question we're going to pose to Connor Halley when we come back. The con man will be in from Fantasy Frenzy and the Jason Greger Show. That's right after the break. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. I've got some good news. If you've been thinking about a heavy-duty truck, the 2026 Ram 2500 Black Express is now at St. Albert Dodge. You've got 20-inch black aluminum wheels, black Mopar side steps, body color, bumpers and grille, and a Sport Performance hood. Available in all the colors for $68,990. Plus, new this year, Ram's best-in-class 10-year powertrain warranty. Now's the time. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Mr. Reuter sees a UFO.
Mr. Reuter says 1 plunge, 2. What's this? A UFO? An unidentified floating object. It's beginning to glow and levitate.
Thank you, Mr. Reuter. You have freed us from the gravity of the white hole.
Humanity will be spared.
Wow! People aren't going to believe this when I put it in our new commercial.
If you want to believe in a plumber, call Mr. Rooter.
You see it? Fusion Promo Marketing can make it. Fusion makes high-quality, memorable promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. From vision to reality, get noticed and remembered. Fusion with a Z. Promomarketing.ca.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money, with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money, with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
It's playoff time, and we've got a lot to talk about. This is Andrew Walker on Edmonton Sports Leader, Sports 1440. Tune in after every Edmonton playoff game for the Legacy Heating and Cooling postgame show. Visit the experts at legacyheating.ca.
What does deadline mean?
It means you have to do something before time runs out.
Oh, like buying your big brother's, big sister's dream home tickets?
Yes, exactly like that.
The Dream Home Lottery deadline is April 30th, just 2 days away. Your chance to win the grand prize, your choice, a dream home or $1 million and take home half the Win 50 jackpot is almost gone. Every ticket supports kids right here in our community. BigBrothersDreamHome.org. When you buy a ticket, you help a child.
Lottery license 745563 and 745562. Please play responsibly.
Bashaw Concrete Products. From concrete and septic tanks to blocks, precast water pads, Jersey barriers and aggregates. Farmers, contractors, homeowners. Plan your next project at BashawConcrete.com. Family owned, over 60 years pouring. Bashaw Concrete Products. Once again, start here. BashawConcrete.com. Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 10:22 in Edmonton. Finally, some decent weather after a rough weekend. Some golf courses back opening. Mentioned that the Ranch Golf and Country Club opening. Just got a message from Kevin Easthope at the CCT Sandpiper River Reg are reopening, if you want to call it that, after a brutal weekend. And hopefully we're done with this because, I think if you were to ask most of the people, I think everyone that run golf courses, they would say this is as bad of an April as they've had ever. And you could throw in the COVID year into that too. That's how bad it's been. So we got to get these courses back on track because the window's so short to golf in our city. Well, let's welcome in the con man, Connor Halley from Fantasy Frenzy and the Jason Greger Show. Good morning, con man.
Good morning, Kevin. How are you?
It's been a pretty interesting morning. Well, the last 2 days, obviously, with the Oilers and
now
absolutely. Facing it up against a do or die situation, elimination game.
Mm-hmm.
I said they got to empty the clip out today.
I think that'd be a good thing to do.
Yeah, might as well. I don't know what you're saving a few bullets here for. They got to do it 3 games in a row. I said yesterday, wouldn't the irony of all ironies be if the Oilers were to win tonight, go to Anaheim and win Game 6, and then come back and lose Game 7 because that would be 3 wins in a row.
I saw someone point that out on social media. Yeah. And have you seen Zombieland?
No.
The main character's greatest fear is clowns. And at the end of the movie, spoiler alert, to save the girl, he has to go through a zombie clown. And I kind of equate that to the Edmonton Oilers. Like, their greatest fear this year seemingly is 3-game winning streaks. And what do they need to keep the season alive? A 3-game winning streak. So, what do they say in that movie? Time to nut up or shut up. And that's what the Oilers have to do. Like, they know what to do. I think they have it in them, but holy cow, this Ducks team is, energetic.
Mm-hmm.
They're winning battles. They're all over the place. And for the Oilers, like, take a look, take a second whiff of the smelling salt. Get up, be ready, and
swallow it.
Don't let Kapanen be your best player. He's having a heck of a playoffs, but he can't be your best player if you want to beat this Ducks team.
The second line with Kapanen and put Colson and Leon.
Yeah.
It's the only line that's going.
100%.
It's the only line that's going. So people are saying, well, okay, what about separating or maybe moving put Colson with McDavid? No.
Keep them together.
You got to keep that line together.
If you want to try to spark it, maybe move other pieces around or whatever it might be. But yeah, that combined with the Ducks' ability to just kind of roll lines, it's killing them.
Who would you start in goal tonight? It's a tough question. I mean, I'll be honest. So we had, Speck on, we had Frank on.
Yeah.
And like basically I said to both of them, it's almost a coin flip in my mind.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be like a cop-out answer, but I feel like as long as they play solid defense, it shouldn't matter quite as much. Who's stolen them a game, been better? I would say Connor Ingram. I've seen more disappointment with Tristan Jarry, although this past game, that wasn't the case. I mean, he made, for the most part, the saves need him to make. Unfortunate goal off Darnell Nurse's skate and the Granlund shot from the slot. I mean, he's a shooter, so
I mean,
defensively could have been better plays in front of him once again. But to me, I think it's more of the focus on playing strong defense. I think I would lead Connor Ingram, but he hasn't had the success and he's been lit up. So it's a tough one. Can I say Calvin Pickard?
Well, we brought that in, and Frank said something about like the roulette table. So like if Connor Ingram's black and Tristan Jarry is red, and you spin the wheel and it comes up green. I mean, like that's how it's been for the Oilers. So I mean, I said as green Calvin Pickard.
It's funny because we've seen him in the past come into these situations where they need a win, and he's been the guy to get the job done. I'm not, I don't think that's a legit possibility in this case, but I just don't think I have confidence in
not fair.
Any of these
It's not fair
goalies.
to Cal.
Oh no, it'd be a tough situation.
So I'll be honest, like I have Ingram going. We're gonna find out in about 5 minutes here.
Yeah. Well, will he say?
Wow, I think everyone.
Will he go football coach? Goalies leave at the same time. I kind of lean Calvin Pickard. Or sorry, Connor Ingram in this one. I'll go back to him, give him a chance. He had the day off. Guess we'll see though.
Chris Johnson just saying he's the first out of the hopper for insiders texting and not tweeting, pardon me, or whatever, social media. Connor McDavid, no sign of Connor McDavid as the Oilers morning skate begins at Rogers Place.
To me, I mean, there's no doubt he's fighting something. Yeah. I think he took that shot to the side of the knee on Sunday night as well, which looked, I thought, a little bit worse than the initial one we saw from Matthias Ekholm. He's fighting it. He'll be fine to play though. I mean, I think we can lock that in.
Even at the end of the year, he took that slapper from Kulak behind the net. Remember that? He was trying to rim it around the boards.
Kulak.
So,
never should have traded.
Cooley. Yeah, old Cooley. So again, Duke had so many questions of in or out about discipline, and we've talked about the power play for the Ducks. They're 6 for 12. The Oilers are only 3 for 10. Well, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's a 30%er. That's where it should be. But they haven't had they've had 2 less opportunities. So I'm wondering if they get a few more power play opportunities tonight. It would surprise me.
Maybe it goes their way a little bit. We know the Ducks had the string of 4 in a row, and there was a couple I thought the Oilers could have been called. The Dostal play on Savoy, and then there was a Wallman trip I thought potentially could have been called. He went down to a knee on the play, so I thought maybe that might get the refs' reaction, but got to convert, and then, special teams has to be better. And did you think this loss of Adam Henrique when it happened would be as big as it was? Because I think that has a role in the PK as well.
For sure. No, I was very adamant about Henrique. Like you would probably say 9 out of 10 texters wanted Szymanski over Henrique to start the series.
Yeah, it seemed like more speed. Yeah.
Now, younger, more speed, no foot speed anymore for Henrique. He's old, he's slow. It's a big difference.
Yeah.
Big difference. And as I said, if you were to, at the trade deadline, let's talk at the trade deadline, because at that point, Dickinson's coming in and that he's going to kill penalties. But realistically, out of the hopper for your first PK unit, almost every time so far has been Szymanski and Savoy.
Yeah.
This is after a face-off win where Leon comes out. It's usually Leon and Savoy to start. Leon wins a draw, goes off, Szymanski comes on.
Yeah. We knew we would need Szymanski, or the Oilers would need Szymanski at some point in this series. Like, that's just playoff hockey. There's going to be injuries, but just in the fashion that it happened so soon. And that was tough.
Yeah. What I'm saying, though, is probably Henrique would start instead of Leon.
Yeah.
You know, so there's certain
It's a trickle-down effect, right?
Yeah,
and then
there
the
is.
second unit comes out and
then
it's a little bit
Dickinson's
stronger.
not good enough. Like, he's not healthy enough where you're confident of him. But Leon, like he's cut short a lot of shifts, and Leon stayed out minutes.
Yeah.
It's, and doesn't seem to bother him. First goal last game.
Yeah.
He wasn't even on the ice. And the goal happened, 35 seconds? 40? 38 seconds in, and Leon had already changed. So
if it ends in the first round, I hope that they would put and sometimes they don't, but just a list.
Mhm.
These are what they went through. This is the injuries they were fighting.
I wish they would do that too.
Just let us know. Okay, this is how serious it was. And I know I don't know if they've done that in the past when they lose in the Stanley Cup final. It's just no, don't worry about it. But we've seen other teams do it where they'll put out the injuries that they had, or the coach will talk about it. And toughest athletes in the world.
They never really do here. They
No.
didn't do it last year. Remember when Darnell Nurse came out and said, "Yeah, I had the hip thing." That was on his own.
Yeah.
So it was sort of I wish there would be. Yeah, so and so had this, so and so had that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they never seem to do.
Maybe it's the coach or manager. Let them kind of leak it rather than have a player have to. If a player says it, kind of comes off as an excuse, but it's a factor, no doubt.
Triple C in a truck text, and I feel like this year is a record year for shots going off defensemen, especially Nurse. Just bad luck. Well, again, see, I look at, and if you're comparing goalies here, look at how technical in the fundamentals of that fourth goal.
Mm-hmm.
Tristan Jarry's stick is way over to the right. It's covering his own right pad, not the 5-hole.
That's where it goes, right?
So.
And I mean, hey, that happens both ways. How did Nuge score? off a duck. So it happens.
Connor Halley with us in studio. Hey, a couple other notes wanted to mention, and I brought it up because it was a text that came in from Colin. Totally off topic, and we've talked a lot of Oilers here, and we'll probably get back to them here as well. But Trey Savage is going to start for the Jays tonight.
Yeah.
And he said, what are your expectations of Trey Savage? So, I mean, you watched all the Jays and got your heart ripped out like everyone.
Yeah.
So, what do you think happens?
I mean, Hickey, he's still a rookie, right? This will be his rookie year. I kind of feel like there will be some bumps, and it's not going to be just a straight trajectory of excelling to the Cy Young or anything like that. I mean, I think he showed he's a big game player, and when he needs to be counted on, he can do so. But on the flip side, when it's a Tuesday night in Colorado and nobody's at the game, is it going to be that same type of mentality locked in? So I think he's going to be mostly good. That being said, I had huge expectations for Manoah. I had huge expectations for Stroman. These guys come in and I get jacked up. This guy's going to be the next Clemens or Henkin or whoever it might be. And Halliday, they fall short. So I think I think there's going to be ups and downs. I'm not going to expect him to go out there and, be bringing it every single night. But I think you can depend on him for a few quality innings and a guy that they can rely on.
I don't know if there's what number the pitch count would be for him tonight if it's 75. I mean, maybe that could be high. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It all depends on how the innings work. If he can get out of, first couple innings throwing 25 pitches, 20 to 25, maybe that has a bearing. For me, Con man, I'm more okay, make sure the mechanics of how you throw the ball are how you throw the ball tonight doesn't screw you up where there's a possible way to get injured again.
Yeah.
Because he's got an orthodox delivery, right? He's over the top. So and again, I've said it before, elbows a year, shoulders a career. So when you have the shoulder problem, that's the one. And I mean, the way he throws and his release at his release point is 30 some degrees different.
Yeah.
Than a lot of pitchers, most of the pitchers.
So if he were to be pulled out at a certain number, you're not arguing it. You're okay, that's good.
Oh yeah. Especially no matter what.
Quick, yeah.
No matter what. And here's the other thing. If I'm John Schneider, I'm probably saying to him, you know what? Use your guys behind you. You don't have to strike everybody out here.
Yeah.
Use
ground balls are good too.
Yeah. Use your guys behind you. So a couple of texts regarding that. Also, Max says, I've got you Savage in the fantasy league, hoping for a good performance, but I can't imagine him throwing more than 2 or 3 innings. I think it's more pitch count, Mac, I would say. But again, we'll see how it goes. Like, I mean, if he's thrown 45, 50 pitches and it's the third inning, well, you normally a pitching coach wants to see 15 in an inning.
Yeah.
Like once you start throwing past that, you start to labor and you get tired and things like that. So Slurpy Sean says Trey looks a little chunky. I don't know. Have you noticed you put on a little weight or what?
He's a pitcher. Who cares?
Hasn't pushed himself away from the buffet table.
I've seen Bartolo Colon and CC Sabathia, big boys. They, a little more weight behind the throw, maybe.
Bartolo Colon, what a guy. I mean, that was just a guy,
absolute legend.
Just, old.
Probably old school mentality too. Yeah.
Bit,
I can still go out there and throw. I still got the heat, guys. It's all good.
Oh,
I'm not too worried about a few extra pounds. I mean, if he's playing shortstop or, out in the field, maybe I'm a little more, I don't know, observant when it comes to that. But my pitchers and catchers, it's all good, guys.
Yeah.
And get that second piece of
Look
cake.
at the difference of the old pics of Vladdy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he needs to put on a few pounds because he sure ain't hitting anything, power wise.
I heard it was his grandma who traveled with him and made all his meals back then.
Oh, he should. She should start cooking again.
Keep the carbs going.
What is Vladdy got? 2 home runs, 13 RBI, 14 RBI, 14 RBI. He's batting .330, 2 home runs, 14 RBI.
Yeah. Need more power.
Yeah, not enough. How's the fantasy drafts going?
The league right now, the playoff. Well,
I was talking about maybe you and the Duke's baseball draft.
To be honest with you, I've left that in the capable hands of the Duke. I have yet to open the app and see how we're doing.
Let me just let me update it for you here.
Maybe we can move on to something else.
You and MTR pulling up the rear, 18th and 19th.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Thankfully, Rick's Hitters is in this draft.
Yeah.
They're 4-35-1. Fantasy Frenzy 12-26-2. MTR an abysmal 15-25-0. 16 games out of first place for MTR. The baseball wizard.
But it is a long season, right? You just got to get into the postseason. We were a juggernaut last year and fell apart in the postseason. So those things happen. We're trying a different strategy this year.
There's some guys up top. Like I played that Trout's comeback tour guy already, and he walloped me. Average Joe's leads 38-2. 38-2. They're 2.5 game lead. Duke's not saying too much over there.
Well, if you bring up the playoff pool,
yeah. Duke is number one, right? Duke's number one.
If the Ducks pick up the win here, boy. I mean, he could just pull away a little bit further.
So Duke, you're leading the Babbers draft too still?
Yep, got on the board with 1 point last night there. Clayton Keller with the tuck. It would have been nice if that. I guess that was the tying goal, or was that the go-ahead goal? Yeah, that was. I think it was the goal. That would have been nice because in Babbers, there's an extra point for GWG.
Yeah. Montana Ray says, yeah, a total pig fest. Blair, I loved Bartolo. Big, sexy Cologne. Absolute beauty. Remember then at the end of his career, he hit that home run?
Yeah. It was right up there for when Alejandro Kirk got the stolen base. Those are prime memories.
Things he never been on. What's coming up on the Gregor show today, Con, man?
Today, Mark Lamb's going to join us,
Chopper.
former Oiler, and of course, a part of the team that beat the Winnipeg Jets when they were trailing 3-1, right?
Yeah, there was. I did a story on that. A 6-part series during COVID because it was the anniversary. It was 30 years, correct? Like back in COVID.
Yeah, it would have been 30 years.
So it was 30 years, and I got Kevin Lowe in studio. What happened was it was the very beginning of COVID, and you could still do stuff. So I got Kevin in, and I brought all the old video of 91 out, and Chopper Lamb had a big series. It was really good. But game 5 or 6, whenever Theron Fleury scored that goal and he started tumbling at center ice, what I'm talking about in overtime. Mark Messier coughed the puck up there. So Kevin Lowe is when I'm doing the interview, and he goes, "Were we mad? Because that little bastard hadn't done anything all series, and then there he is rolling around and whatever."
Yeah.
So
it is funny to think back to COVID too, the things we did to stretch things out. We did a whole week on the Oilers Stars series when they won.
Oh yeah,
Todd Marchiongo. We had former Stars coming on, and they're like, who coughed it up on the Todd Marchant goal. Do you remember?
I don't recall but it was Grant Ledyard, right?
Yeah, and he's like, "I'll come on," but no talking about that goal. But obviously joking. But yeah, it was a good different times.
No, that was lots of fun for sure. But why I bring that up, because the executive producer took that comment out of Kevin Lowe's, took it out of the story.
Oh, really?
Unbeknownst to me. I got in and then I said, well, where's this comment? And editor says, it's been taken out. I go, why? Well, we can't have him saying bastard on the air. Like, come on.
That's not the real at Sports 1440.
No, I
say it as much as you want.
I said it twice now.
Yeah, I think that's a cool one. TR, Dave McCarthy, Struddy, Speck, DVD, Camp Date, and then Brad Williams.
Oh, yeah, the comedian.
Yeah. I mean, he and I, in a different life, could be rivals. He's a Broncos fan and a Ducks fan, but he's hilarious. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting his thoughts on this series, because he's been down at Ducks games. What do they do, Duke? Bang the drum or something? He's done that. There's a lot of celebs out there.
What is he on at 5-ish?
4 o'clock.
4, okay. I'll make a note of that.
Yeah, tune in.
Because those guys, he'll know that he's filtered but unfiltered. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
hopefully he doesn't get too into it.
No,
it'll be funny too, because obviously I would say 99% of our listeners are Oilers fans, he's a big Ducks fan.
He'll be getting it.
It'll be fun.
Thanks, Conman. Have a good shows.
Thank you.
Connor Halley, Fantasy Frenzy, Jason Greger's show. We're back to wrap up this show right after the break. And we got Cam Tate. You want to do it right now? No? After, when we come back? Sure. We'll have that when we come back. Cam Tate. Cam and Eggs on the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne. Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
This jersey was worn by the legend himself, signed and everything. You can't just wear it. I'm framing it with expressions and images.
Your prized jersey deserves better than the closet. Think expressions and images. Your local custom framer since 91. You name it, we frame it.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Would you like to be a part of history for the month of April? I'm kidding. Or as the kids say, bro, I'm joking. Would you like to help us set a record in April? Chill, still kidding. At Northgate, we aren't trying to set any records or tell you how many vehicles we sell, and we really don't think you'd care. But what you will care about is this. Every dealer has the same costs. Trust me, GM does not have a favorite kid. You get to decide where you buy. 0% financing, a great selection, and of course, great people. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or business online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
This summer, it's coming. An unstoppable force that will turn your home into the Sweat Box.
Don't live in a summer blockbuster. Pro Solutions is your one-call solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. With fast appointments and flexible financing, we'll make sure your home story has a comfortable ending. AC season is coming soon, so book today.
Lock in pre-season pricing today.
Visit prosolutionsinc.ca to schedule your service today.
Everything is going to be okay. Any business, regardless of size, can stumble occasionally. I'm Dan McDicken, a licensed insolvency trustee with Faber. If your business is facing financial challenges, our team of chartered insolvency and restructuring professionals have corporate debt recovery solutions that work. Schedule your free Faber Focus session at faber.ca today. Chances of a positive outcome increase if you engage Faber sooner rather than later.
It's playoff time on Edmonton Sports Leader, Sports 1440. This is Andrew Walker. Join us for the Titan Supply pregame show before each Edmonton playoff game. Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products.
Are you overwhelmed by debt and getting nonstop calls from creditors? It can feel like there's no escape. Debt doesn't have to be a life sentence. A single call can turn things around. My name is Parveen Middleton. I'm a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO right here in Edmonton. I can help you become debt-free with a solution just for you. Let's put an end to those calls from creditors together. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
The Lawnmower Hospital.
You've enjoyed a long winter with your Ego snowblower, but now it's the time to get ready for spring. Bring your summer Ego equipment in for service. Or if you're looking to add to your lawn care fleet with new mowers or trimmers, Ego has a wide selection of products to fit every season. Ego also has the powerful wet-dry vacuum and pressure washer to make your cleaning and lawn care a breeze.
We're more than repair. We're more than mowers, the Lawnmower Hospital.
Yeah.
And Karius Show, breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams, even though his favorite Junior A hockey team is the Yorkton Terriers. Thanks for checking in with Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 1045 in Edmonton. A lot of reporters down at the Oilers morning skate. Gregor's sent out a post saying that the D pairs in practice have been Nurse and Bouchard, Wallman and Murphy, and Ekholm and Emberson. Will we see it tonight? You start the game like that. You finish. I have no clue, man. But I mean, it's all hands on deck. And I mean, you're at a point here where you got to try anything, something. I don't know. I mean, Nurse and Bouchard have obviously played together before. We've seen, I mean, you know, Murphy's been a stabling effect for Nurse, and maybe he can be that with Wallman because he's been hot and cold. And maybe there's something with Ekholm Emerson. I don't know. Time now for another edition of Cam and Eggs. Here's Cam Tate.
Order number 17. So let's roll it out. Tate's 8. 8 questions about tonight's Oilers game. Here we go. 8 questions about Game 5 tonight. Number 8. Who is the officiating crew, and do they have an increased security detail? Number 7. Have the Oilers found a new dance partner? A partner who can keep the lead? Number 6. How banged up and tired are the Oilers? Number 5. Is Calvin Pickard, remember him in the goalie conversation? Number 4, did the Oilers know, really know the potential of how good, really good the Ducks can be? Number 4, will the Oilers' penalty kills save the night or end the year? Number 3, power play. Is it going to wake up? Number 2, why does it feel the Oilers' resolve, one that has always been so strong in previous do-or-die games, seem non-existent? Number 1, what time does the Oilers' charter leave for Game 6 tomorrow? Cam and Eggs, Sports 1440.
Ooh, that was a quick one, Duke. Hey, I was wondering if he was going to go out with the 8 questions and then maybe expand on them a little bit. But man, he fired through them pretty quick, didn't he?
He'll leave that up to us, Kevin.
He was firing them down the line, man. Quick.
Sure was.
Text 833-401-1440. Bones. Why do we need a $4 million D-man to make our $7 million D-man play like $4 million D-man? I shouldn't even have started this, Bones. I don't know what's making a whole lot of sense, what you're trying to get through here. I guess Wallman's playing with is out. Duke, what am I missing here?
I think it's probably
Wallman.
No, there's a one missing. Our $7 million D-man.
That's just Wallman.
Okay, why do we need a $4 million D-man to make our $7 and $10 million D-man play like a $4 million D-man?
Okay.
Yeah.
So Murphy on Nurse, and then now Murphy with Wallman. Okay. Colton Docks on the ice. I would expect to see Doc and Frederick on the fourth line together again. What did I miss on the text line, Duke, as we wrap things up? Anything? Not really, eh? Yeah, I was surprised we had this many texts about Bartolo Colon mentioning him. There's quite a few. What's the Jay and Victoria is saying Duke's up on me by 6.
I would
you guys
assume
got a
that's in
side
reference.
bet?
No, I think that's to the Fantasy Frenzy playoff. pool.
Oh, I get you. Okay. Until the Ducks get shut out tonight and the human Bush and Hyman, Bush, and McDavid light it up. Oh,
Yeah,
there you
maybe.
go. Yeah. Just a nice, simple game tonight, Duke. What are you feeling about? Are you thinking the Oilers force a game 6?
Do I think? No, I don't.
You think Anaheim wins it outright tonight?
I do.
That would be a way to go out. What a way to go out. Lose 4 straight. 4 straight.
Now, Kevin, I don't want to be the negative Nancy here. Let's just play a hypothetical, right? We do that all the time for a number of different reasons.
Sure.
The Oilers are losing this game in maybe a little bit of a wider fashion than just 1 or 2 goals. And it's getting later in the contest.
Okay.
How does the home crowd at Rogers react?
I think that's going to be pretty disappointing, no?
Well, that's what I mean, right? Because
Extremely.
it's as much as our listeners don't represent the entirety of whoever congregates inside Rogers to watch these games or anything, but the last 2 days, what's been the overall feeling?
Mm-hmm.
Dejectedness, right? Like acceptance almost, to say, like, look at it, be like, yeah, just don't kind of have it this year. They're banged up. Things just aren't going our way. That can turn on its heel pretty quickly when all of a sudden the game's actually being played and you're in that building after shelling out your hard-earned money for a lot of them, right? 3 games here and seeing one semblance of a full effort.
I just think I'm talking from a player standpoint here, Duke, not a fan standpoint.
Yeah.
So from a player standpoint, I couldn't imagine the disappointment of losing 4 consecutive games and getting knocked out in the first round without a fight. Like, I couldn't imagine that from a group that's gone to 2 Stanley Cup finals and been a goal away from sending it to overtime 2 years ago and then being tied 2-2 with home ice after games 4, the 4th game, home ice in game 5. I would be blown away to see this core group go down and lose tonight. I just would be stunned and shocked. Several people reporting too that Connor Ingram is working in the starter's net.
But doesn't Tristan Jarry usually like the backup net on days that he's starting?
That's the whole thing. So
we don't know.
Don't know exactly 100 per what's going on. So, but back to the point, Duke, I would be absolutely
Were you
blown
not
away.
saying, and yes, it was an away game, but on Sunday night, have you not had a similar feeling or sentiment going into it after what we saw Friday night, where once again, hate to keep, like, they got embarrassed on Friday.
Yes. So I think, again, when you come out and have a first period where you score early and you make it 2-0, you have control of the game. And that's the befuddling part for me, is that this is a veteran team that's been through so many things in the playoffs, and for them to piss it away with stupid penalties and a penalty kill that is well below average in the second period, and then to come back and get that go-ahead goal by Bouchard to make it 3-2, that's what's befuddling. That's the problem that I don't understand, why this team, again, with their experience and what they've done, aren't able to close out a game or hold on to a lead. And so the difference for me, Duke, in this one is now you've slept on this for two nights here that you've lost and you're down 3-1. You have to look yourself in the mirror and say, this is the last game of the season, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
My last, if you're Colton Dock, my last 10 shifts of the year. If you're Connor McDavid, my last 24 shifts of the year. Like you're emptying the clip. And like, if you think the Ducks are going to win this, then I'm totally out to lunch on this team. And that's a concern. That's a concern for the team, not for sportscasters, fans, or anything like that. I think that's the major concern. for me.
Those are all valid, right? And that's kind of almost how we led the show, talking about, we saw Vegas, their pedigree, their veteran resolve shine through last night in a game where they blow a 3-0 lead and end up down, come back to win in overtime. Can the Oilers find that? The one thing that stands in the way is, of course, your own willingness, but then also the other team's trying too.
Yeah.
And for the Ducks, this upstart team that not many people gave much of a chance at, they're on the road saying, why not us? Why not play spoiler on this team? I don't see them going away. And they've been down in every game. There's something about this group that they almost need to go down by a goal or two to find another level for themselves. That was very obvious in the first period of Sunday. So I'm looking forward to another wildly entertaining game. Probably a lot of goals. Tell you what, if I'm placing a bet tonight, it's probably on the over, because it's hitting every game. And
Frank said 4-1 Oilers.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Oh, it's going to be an interesting night. Coming up at the top of the hour, it is Fantasy Frenzy with
the former Rochep T-Bird,
Connor Halley, and the Duke of Delburne. At 12 o'clock, it's the Lowdown with Ellen Mitchell, 2 till 6. Jason Greger drives us home. We've got the pregame show with Andrew Walker, Landon Ferraro, and Donnie P till 8 o'clock. Puck drop, probably 8:07, I don't know. Post-game show to follow. We're back with you tomorrow morning to put a wrap on game number 5. We'll see what shakes down. With our co-host David Schlemko as well. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by All-Star Construction. They shape and build Edmonton communities specializing in underground utilities like power, gas, telecommunication, and street lighting. That is All-Star Construction. Thanks everyone for listening. Thanks for all the great texts and all the great messages and the interaction. We could not do the show without you. Hope you have a terrific rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Until then, here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game day for the Edmonton Oilers as they look to keep their season alive tonight from Rogers Place. Down 3-1 in the best-of-7 series to the Anaheim Ducks. Puck drop coming just after 8 o'clock. Pre-game coverage starting right here in Sports 1440 at 6. 2 other games in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Sabres hosting the Bruins. Buffalo trying to punch their ticket to round number 2. The 3-1 series lead. And all knotted at 2 games apiece. The Wild and Stars go at it from Dallas starting just after 6. Finalists for this year's Ted Lindsay Award have been announced for the most outstanding player in the NHL, as voted on by members of the Players Association. Sharks, Macklin Celebrini, Lightning, Nikita Kucherov, and the Oilers, Connor McDavid, all named as the 3 top vote getters. Some sad news to report on, as well as longtime Sportsnet and Hockey Night in Canada color commentator John Garrett has passed away at the age of 74. A longtime goaltender in both the NHL and WHA, entered the world of broadcasting in 1985 after wrapping his playing career. In the BCHL tonight, Sherwood Park Crusaders, Brooks Bandits, game number 7 from Southern Alberta. Puck drop just after 7 o'clock. Winner punching their ticket and advancing through to the next round. In the association, 3 playoff games. Sixers try to stay alive against the Celtics from the Garden. Boston leads that series 3-1. Knicks and Hawks all knotted at 2 games apiece. Go at it from MSG. And the nightcap, San Antonio hosting the Portland Trailblazers. Spurs up that series 3-1. In the majors today, full slate of games, including the Blue Jays continuing their set against the Red Sox. Trey Savage set to make his first start of the campaign on the bump for Toronto. First pitch just after 5 o'clock. Elsewhere, Baltimore hosting Houston. Tampa Bay is in Cleveland. Seattle continues their set against Minnesota, and the Yankees are in Texas against the Rangers. In case you missed it earlier this morning, Philadelphia Phillies firing manager Rob Thompson from his job after joining the club in 2022. Record of .355 and .370 in parts of 5 seasons for the native of Sarnia, Ontario. Coming up on Sports 1440, it is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440.